Day, I overdid it. Arf! The crocodile man screamed as he staggered back, choking on his own poison gas. He flailed, stumbled like a drunk, and then, thud, silence. He didn't move. Dead? Probably. A pathetic ending for someone who made such a flashy entrance. I dusted my hands and looked down at him. Good hit, me. Yes. Everyone, another one goes to hell. Thank you, thank you. The live chat on the stream exploded. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Breaking news. When other villains attack, he kills them. Hero Association. Please just make him an official hero already. I've said this 3,216 times. Can already see the 9 p.m. headline, haha. Gutpong TV will spam clips of this by morning. I sighed. Praise everywhere. They didn't even know why I showed up. Honestly, I only intervened so Stardust wouldn't have to. If she had appeared in public again, people would have swarmed her with photos. But the audience? They think I did it out of justice. I leaned toward the mic. Everyone listen. I didn't kill this guy for you. He insulted me publicly, and I dealt with him. That's all. Don't make me out to be some kind of hero, got it? The chat answered like a pack of gremlins. Yeah, sure, it's under a villain. Thank you for loving us, Mr. Ego's Tick. Hero name, Mango Stick confirmed. You're totally blushing under that mask, lol. I laughed under my breath. They never listen. Fine. Think whatever you want. You'll change your tune next month. I exhaled and looked at the body again. Poison gas still lingered. Somebody should really clean this up. I don't know how. I put on the spare gas mask from my sack. Thank God I packed it. My power might let me teleport, but one whiff of this stuff and I'd keel over. My arms ached as I started packing the guns back into the bag. It looks cooler when I use telekinesis, sure, but I was completely drained. I'd already pushed myself too far today. Teleported twice. Fought this crocodile freak. Nearly collapsed. If I used my power again, I'd probably wake up in the East Superpower Detention Center. East Carcer. Not that Silun couldn't break me out, but still. Not yet. So I crouched there, loading guns by hand like a tired warehouse worker. Haha. He was flying around before. Now he's packing up like a janitor. Our poor Mango Stick lost battery power. Be quiet, you brats, I muttered. You don't know my pain. I just zipped the bag when a familiar streak of gold cut through the sky. Stardust. She landed hard, breath ragged, hair clinging to her face with sweat. She scanned the scene, saw the fallen crocodile man, saw me in my mask. Did you knock him down? Yeah, I said easily. He's all yours. She frowned, confused. Why? I shrugged. I was chilling. Then he starts a live broadcast trash-talking me. Said we hang out or something. I figured he needed a lesson. Her expression eased slightly, as if that explanation made perfect sense coming from a lunatic like me. I was about to leave, but hesitated. Maybe I should say this now. I muted the live camera for a second. No audience, no microphones. Listen, don't ever go out showing your face like today again. The moment you do, your life gets complicated. Too complicated. She blinked, startled. Her mouth opened like she wanted to ask how I knew she'd been thinking about revealing her identity. I didn't let her. I switched the mic back on. All right, that's all for today's broadcast. Totally exhausted. Big event coming next month, so look forward to it. Bye-bye. I waved to the lens like a true professional showman. Wait, she started, but I'd already teleported. Broadcast ended. Goodbye. Ibai? He's getting cocky. Oh, bang out. Today's stream was worth it. Wait, the feed muted for a second. What did he say? Secret coded messages? ===. The broadcast has ended. ===. I reappeared deep underground in Seoul. My knees buckled instantly. Cough. Blood splattered onto the floor. My chest burned. The world tilted. Maybe I'd overdone it this time. Maybe this was it. My vision blurred as I heard a distant voice call, Appa. Then everything went dark. Later, nationwide buzz. Official. The Superpower Association confirms the terrorist at the ice cream festival was A-class villain Crocodile Man. In custody, stable condition. Hundreds injured, property damage massive, but miraculously no deaths. Hero Association criticized for delayed response. Editorial. When a villain saves the day, what does that say about our heroes? Ego's Tick trends globally. K-villain or anti-hero? Egoistic hints. A big thing is coming next month. Fan club memberships skyrocketing. The best ever. Top Japanese forums calling him the strongest villain nation. News at 9. Villain intervenes, heroes absent. The country was buzzing again. The villain who saved a city. And somewhere, Stardust sat in silence, still thinking about my words. From now on, don't even think about going out and revealing your face. The moment you do, your life will be very difficult. How did I know she'd been considering it? What I mean by difficult? What was I really planning? She couldn't shake the feeling that something about that day, about me, wasn't normal at all. And she was right. Because that day was the beginning of everything that came next. Hey, wanted to hold that. No, I want it. I should hold it. I can do it. Shinharu watched her friend clutch a towering 10-scoop ice cream like a bomb about to go off. It wobbled. Her guts sank. It tipped. Oh no. The stack tumbled toward the man beside them. Haru braced for a messy disaster. Hiya. He didn't flinch. He rolled cleanly out of the splash zone, way more dramatic than necessary. Appa. Do-in. Two girls rushed to him. So his name was Do-in. Dusty but calm, he stood and brushed himself off. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, he said. His clothes were not fine. I'm so sorry. Chaeyoung babbled, eyes glassy. Haru followed, mortified. Do-in just laughed. Everyone makes mistakes. I overreacted. I could have just taken a step. But still, it's all right. Weirdly gentle. Most people would have snapped. He waved it off like nothing. Only the two girls with him looked uneasy, which felt normal. He didn't. So, let's go, he said, turning to leave, almost in a hurry. Chaeyoung reached out, ready to insist on compensation. Thump. The ground shivered. Thump. Screams tore through the street. People ran. Buildings rattled. Haru's mind clicked into place. Ordinary college student. Also Stardust. This was a terrorist attack. Most likely a villain. Chaeyoung with me. Huh. Oh, okay. Haru gripped her friend's hand and sprinted away from the noise. Stardust's power hummed under her skin. She cut through the crowd fast, pulling Chaeyoung along as the roars boomed behind them. Stardust! Stardust, come out! Haru's stride hitched for a heartbeat at the shout. Chaeyoung didn't notice. Haru kept running, but chaos churned inside her. Why is he calling me out? They reached a safer block, far from the festival. People huddled, panting. Chaeyoung blinked, dazed. Haru, you're really fast. Ha, Haru. Haru wasn't listening. She stared back toward the smoke, face set and silent. Heroes have one rule. Never go to the scene without the direct ignition device. It is the old lesson from the mask era. If your identity is exposed, your life becomes a target. Every hero association in the world lives by it. No mask, no field work. No exceptions. Powers appeared decades ago. No one agrees why. Gene's space got pick a theory. Most ability users live quietly. Some with strong powers still choose normal jobs. A few with strength and a sense of duty become heroes, pass the tests, and accept the grind. Heroes are rare. Villains are not. Most villains avoid headlines and work in the dark. If they learn who a hero really is, they eliminate the threat fast. That is why the rule exists. So leave now. Get the device. Come back later. But the screams kept coming. Stardust. Thump. Thump. A building failed somewhere. Glass shrieked. People cried. Was she supposed to turn her back? Getting to the association and returning would take too long. By then, the worst would be done. Is this why she became a hero? Haru. Chaeyoung whispered. Haru set her jaw. Decision made. Citizens first. She shifted her weight to launch. It's Ego's Tick. Ego's Tick is here. A man beside them shouted, phone in hand. Haru almost slipped. Why is he here?
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
So while Ego's Tick is dragging his feet, go get ready, okay? After the phone call with the president of the association, she was flying away. She's going to get the direct ignition device and come back as fast as possible, although she's not sure whether it will be delayed or not. If Ego's tick wasn't here, it would have been a normal incident where there would be hundreds of casualties. Haha. She flew tens and hundreds of kilometers across the sky. She was wondering if it was too late and if everything was already over, but she kept flying. Her in-ear earphones, which are connected to the association staff, couldn't be heard as she was flying so fast. But she couldn't slow down. She wasn't sure how many more people would be harmed in that brief moment of her procrastination. When she gets to the place where the villains are on the rampage, the villain already collapsed, and nearby, a man calmly picked up his guns lying on the ground and put them in the sack. It was Ego's tick, the one that has been on her mind the most these days. Huff! Huff! She turned her head and tried to grasp the situation. A huge guy with a crocodile-like face collapsed on the floor. Green smoke was floating around the crocodile monster. Ego's tick was wearing a gas mask, so it seems like some biochemical weapon were used. Where the hell did he get that? How did he come up with that? Swallowing her rising doubts, she only wanted to confirm the truth with him again. Did you knock him down? Yes, that's right. I knocked him down. Her brows naturally frowned at his nonchalant response. She doesn't understand. Why did he suddenly appear and kill that crocodile monster? What does it mean to him? Putting all the question together, she could only ask, why? Ego's tick opened his mouth and started speaking as if he already prepared the answer. Well, I was just resting, and all of a sudden, they suddenly had a freak show on TV. So I thought, our Stardust has become popular, and was getting some popcorn. But he suddenly mentioned me. He said you and I were sucking and kissing or something. It made me feel mad. What did I do? That monster called out Ego's tick? Maybe she couldn't hear it because she immediately took Chaehyun away from the scene. As Shinharu was thinking, Ego's tick continued. He said you and I were sucking and kissing or something. It made me feel mad. What did I do? Her face frowned at his words. What? Ego's tick and her sucking each other? That's a ridiculous slander. They were enemies from the beginning. But when Ego's tick said it made him mad, she also felt a little upset. Somehow, she's uncomfortable. And according to my dictionary, I need to educate people who play tricks on me. To set an example, I played with them. As expected, that was the main point. Her expression relaxed before she knew it. Yeah, that crazy guy would do that. He's been showing himself as an impulsive and destructive person. When a weaker man than Ego Tick himself mentioned his name, he seemed to have killed him because he was mad. As she cleared all the questions that she had in mind, suddenly, he manipulated the camera that was filming him with his telekinesis and stood against her. He talked to her in a small voice. And I'm saying this because we are on mute. From now on, don't even think about going out and revealing your face like today. The moment you do it, your life will be very difficult. What? She was surprised. How does he know that she had that thought? While she had a brain freeze, Ego's Tick was already waving at the camera. Okay, that is all for today's broadcast. I'm very tired because I came forward without any plans today. There will be a big thing coming next month, so please look forward to it. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Wait, the big one next month? But first, how did he know what she was thinking before? Wait, before she could ask him hastily, he had already disappeared. Except for the crocodile monster who was lying down next to her, the rooftop became empty. What the hell? And a few days have passed. The incident was quickly forgotten by the people. The case was also closed within the association, with disciplinary action being taken against B-class heroes who could have been dispatched to the scene at the time. I would have been in big trouble if this Ego's Tick guy didn't come. This guy, he's a crazy dog. If a crazy dog bites us, it's a big deal, but if he runs at the enemy, there's nothing more reliable than that. Leaving behind the easygoing president's grin, she stepped out of the office. Phew. She left the building after completing all the reports. She sighed as she looked up the sky. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, but why is her mind so complicated? Walking down the street, she entered the school community on her phone. She searched by typing each word in the search box in the community. Ego's Tick. Not a lot of posts. She wondered, but then searched differently after thinking for a while. Mango stick. Then the posts poured in. Mango stick. Mango stick. Mango stick. I also crave for a mango stick today. Baby Mangbong joined the Mango Union. Is it possible to be hot? I think Mango Stick is better than the heroes these days. Ha! Mango Stick is from our university. I have proof. You guys praised Ego's Tick and defended the villain, then you stopped for a month. Why aren't you doing it now? Fuck ha! Forecast Mango Stick's next month terrorism. Real fact. Many of the posts were praising Ego's Tick. As she continued to looking through the posts with mixed emotions, a post caught her eyes. You guys have been blabbing about Mango Stick and sucking up the villains. Korea at this rate. That's right. There are people here who have identified the problem with the current social phenomenon like themselves. She clicked on the post in anticipation. The post popped up. Writer Anonymous. Title: You guys have been blabbing about Mango Stick and sucking up the villains. Korea at this rate. Writer. The picture of the Kamen Rider reaching out his hand. Anonymous 1. I hope you succeed in predicting. Anonymous 2. Good. If you don't like Google, this place is good. Damn it. She decided to press back. Eventually, she turned off her phone after finding nothing and looked out of the running window, resting her chin on her hand. Except her, everyone loves Ego's Tick. Where in the world did it go wrong? Didn't he cause no casualty, not even one? And because that Ego's Tick eye has been hunting villains these days, the crime rate has decreased. Let's leave him alone for now. It's hard to catch him because he can report anyway. Well, what if he causes another terrorist attack? Haha. Then you can stop him. I only trust you. Our association trusts you. The words of the president of the association kept echoing in her head. The head of the Superpower Association of Korea said, so maybe Ego's Tick is really harmless. But it's an incarnation of unpredictable thinking just by looking at what he has shown so far. Honestly, if she hadn't stopped them, all the people on the ships and those who were tied on the tracks would have died. If someone had been killed by Ego's Tick, would people still praise him like they do now? Yeah, it couldn't have been. She leaned her face against the window and closed her eyes. Ego's Tick, how did this guy know she was going to step out with her bare face? Did he read her mind? Like a mind reader? No way. He doesn't have that ability. So how the hell did he know? Was he there at the festival? How'd he know? Does that mean he knows my personal information? That I'm Shinharu? Yeah, that's not the point. The important thing is that Ego's Tick is definitely a villain. She will catch him, just like other villains. She renewed her commitment. But before she knew it, a seed was planted in her heart. Maybe other people are right. Maybe they are wrong. That seed of doubt. Subin, is he still not awake yet? Yeah, but his vitals are much better now. I think he will wake up soon. Huh, what was this idiot thinking throwing himself in like this? Ego Tick Do-in was leaning on the bed, and Han Seo-eun looked at him. What was he thinking rushing out there without any plans like that? Stardust, probably because of her. Han Seo-eun somehow felt uncomfortable when she thought of Stardust. Do-in has never said it himself, but she has instinctively deduced it. This time, also the previous time. For Stardust, Do-in would jump in fire and water. Which part of Stardust does he like? More than that. Cough, cough. Uppa. Before she could continue her thought, Do-in woke up. It has been 3 days since he collapsed. I woke up after being in a coma for 3 days. As soon as I woke up, Seo-eun welcomed me with tears. You're really crazy, Seo-eun hit me. Gosh, Seo-eun, it really hurts. Stop it. As I just sat up and tried to calm her down, I could feel that she was really surprised. I guess she was worried because I suddenly passed out like a dead body for 3 days. Still, I was a little touched by Seo-eun's tears as I woke up from the coma. The time we lived together wasn't wasted. She shed tears for me. I finally see the effect from playing games and hanging out with her. I smiled at Seo-eun, who shed tears and told me to take care of myself in the future and to vow to be careful in the future. Well, there's no guarantee that I won't do it again. I woke up to soothe Seo-eun and said thank you to Subin for taking care of me. Then I went through the public's opinion right away. What did people say about me? What did they say about Stardust? Well, and the result of the analysis is my popularity is at its peak. Many articles said that people seem to think of me, a villain, as a hero. As expected, it turned out like this. I just killed him because I was put to shame, but it became a favorable factor. I guess I feel great. And the shocking part was that this crocodile man was alive. He didn't die after being hit by the poisonous gas. Well, of course, I used a weak one just in case. But I didn't know that he would survive. Well, he faced the same situation in the original comic, and he had a hard time because of it. He is said to have returned to his normal human form from the crocodile state, and has been placed in Superpower Detention Center of the East after the treatment. Well, it went the way it was written in the original. Superpower Detention Center of the East. It's called East Carcer. Precisely, it's a place where they gather and imprison villains with superpowers. Like the Hero Association, each country has a place called Carcer. Carcer, Latin for prison. Immediately after the first Superpower Detention Center, America's Carcer was established in the U.S. All Superpower Detention Centers built in other countries since then are written as Carcer. It's the highest security grade facility in each country, and it's also a place where all kinds of tools are installed to limit the ability of each prisoner according to their characteristics. It's built on an uninhabited island in the East Sea, and it's protected with such strict security that there's a saying that no one can come out once entered. Of course, in the original comic, Sion hacked and broke it off. Anyway, he's trapped there alive, so he may die there someday. He's a little dumb, so I think he will die easily. But I'm not sure if he's like that only when he's in crocodile mode, or even in human mode. Anyway, I played and rested for a few days after that. I'm a normal citizen in the first place. After working so hard, I have to take a break since I was worn out. I think Seo-eun has been staying by my side and hanging out with me more than before. What's wrong with her? Of course, I don't just lie down and play every day. Sometimes, I tell Seo-eun and Soo-bin about the Hero Society of Korea. They both stayed in their rooms and studied computer technology, so they didn't know much about current events. Now, today, let's learn about the reality of heroes in Korea. Soo-bin, do you know how the public thinks about heroes? They must like them, right? Because they're the ones who save people. No, they don't. Korea is a bit different. So, let me give you guys an example. The family was attacked by a villain, so they called out a hero. But before the hero came, the villain had already killed them all and ran away. Then do you know who people blame? Aren't they obviously going to blame the villain? Oh, of course, they will blame the villain. They resent the villain, but they will blame the hero as much as the villain. My family died because you came late. They would said, but it's not the hero's fault, is it? They didn't come late because they wanted to. That's right, but the citizens don't care about that. They could have just come quickly, but they were rambling, so the family died. That's how people resent them. Well, that's not all, but anyway, these similar things got together and became distrustful of heroes. In conclusion, the Korean people don't trust the heroes very much. My throat hurts because I spoke for too long. I took a sip of the pap bottle that was ripped off on the side. Don't touch your lips while drinking it. I listened to Seo-eun's complaint and did it. Gosh, Seo-eun, I thought that you were looking at your phone, but when did you start to have interest in me? As Seo-eun looked at it, she eventually opened her mouth and drank it. You should have got your own water instead. As my throat moistened, I continued to explain again. Honestly, heroes are crazy and jumpy. No, it's sad to work with their life on the line, but they even get cursed at. In fact, there are only a few heroes in Korea, so it's difficult for someone to go to the site in case of an emergency. So there's inevitable delays. But they get cursed at. Aha. Soo-bin nodded as she understood now. Seo-eun, who was looking at her smartphone, is also listening to me. So, does that mean I'm good at explaining? In fact, my dream was to be a teacher before I fell into this world. Of course, there are so many other things to do now, and I can't do anything because I don't have an ID in the first place. Later, when everything is done, I will try to wash my identity and become a teacher. This isn't the point anyway. I continued. So, it's a chain reaction like a domino. Heroes who are tired of the hero's distrust quit being heroes. The number of heroes decreases. Fewer heroes make it slower to cope with crime scenes. That will add to the distrust of the heroes. It's a vicious cycle. In fact, there's a reason why there are fewer B-class and C-class heroes. The country's security depends on 3 A-class people. It would have been nice if the police could have helped them, but the law prohibits police from being dispatched in the event of a crime using superpowers. In fact, a villain alone can wipe out all the cops who have guns, so they won't be a big help. So, this is the conclusion. A complete mess. Heroes are despised and villains are growing in number. There are too many villains compared to the number of heroes. It's a part where you can see why Stardust is rolling alone. That's why you're getting rid of the villains. You like a dark hero. Seoun, who was listening quietly, was sarcastic. Ugh, Seoun, you have been nice to me for the past few days, and now you're back on track. I'm not a dark hero. I'm just interested in the fate of Korea. You're not just doing that woman's job, because you like Stardust, right? Hey, Seoun, what do you mean by that woman? You have to speak nicely. But that's true. How did she figure that out? But in this situation, it's a waste to admit it right away. I changed the topic nonchalantly. It's not that. It's just that I feel uncomfortable. I also think that you're very interested in Stardust. Subin cut me off and offered me a counterargument. Subin cut me off. Aren't I Subin? When I say something, Subin, who is always scared and teared up, only goes away. I raised a tiger cub. The girl suddenly gazed at me. As her gaze looked like she was interrogating me, I was taken abashed. Now, I'm interested in her? Yeah, it's true that I'm interested in her. But that doesn't matter, because there are no other heroes than Stardust. And a villain needs a hero to be a villain, right? So, yeah, contrast structure. I've set Stardust up as my arch-energy for now. I found myself making excuses before I knew it. Wait, why am I making excuses for this? Still, Seoun was looking at me with a suspicious look. Seoun, what's wrong with you? It's unfair. Anyway, that's not the point. Let's start planning another terrorist attack. Seoun's interest was shifted to another place besides Stardust. Terrorist attack? Again. Yeah, well, my affinity has gone up too high. It's not exactly likability, but the expectation? Anyway, the only way to lower it again is massive terrorism. When are you going to prepare that? Don't worry. I'm going to take a break for a while after this terrorist attack. I said with a smile at Seoun's grumbling. You're going to take a break? Really? Then shall we go on a trip? A trip? When I saw Seoun's sparkling eyes, I unknowingly affirmed. Sure, a trip. That sounds great. Let's go after this. Yay, you promised. Then suddenly, Seoun ran somewhere. Wait, I told you to prepare a terrorist attack with me. She's not going to prepare for the trip, is she? Subin just smiled quietly at us. There are so many houses in Seoul. If you look on the street, all you can see are apartments. Of course, we cannot leave out detached houses. One of those houses that fill the ground. There's an ordinary-looking detached house. This house seems to have no problem on the surface. If you can see who comes out of the door in front of the house, you will usually see a girl come and go, and sometimes a boy and a girl come out. So it seems to be a normal house of a family, and if you go inside, you can feel something strange. Why is the door inside locked with a password? And even when you open that door and go inside, you will feel something strange. Because it's empty inside the house. Although there is some furniture, it is gently dusty as if it had never been used. Like no one has ever lived there before. But then, who are those men and girls that were coming in and out? When you have been thinking that far, you feel something behind you that makes you feel goosebumps. It's a haunted house. You might run away screaming. But honestly, ghosts don't live here. The house is just located underground. In that deep underground. If you go down hundreds of meters from the ground, an enormous space will appear. Dozens of rooms, armed with all sorts of high-tech gadgets and amenities. At the moment, the most influential villains in Korea. The most attractive person to teenagers. Top one on this man is amazing list of Forbes. It's a secret underground area where Korea's unprecedented villain Ego's Tick lives, the one that has thousands of fans. It's called Ego Base. And I, the head of this place, I was working on a plan at the moment. Now, if you have any good ideas, tell me. One of the numerous rooms in the house. On the big blackboard on the wall there. Third large-scale terrorism conference, it said. I wrote it. What's the purpose of this terrorism? You're already popular, so are you going to raise the pressure? That's right. A lot of people seem to think that I'm a hero right now, and I want to fix their mind. So they can think of me as an impulsive and twisted madman. Actually, to a certain extent, I think everyone already has that thought, but all right. But can't we just grab anyone and slaughter them? Seoun. I was surprised and looked at Seoun. I raised the child the wrong way. She said such a horrible thing, like it was nothing. If you think about it, Seoun was originally a villain. Her personality has softened since she started living with me. In the original comic, all she can think about is to destroy Korea. Anyway, I need to educate her about this kind of thing. I cleared my throat and spoke up. What kind of disgusting and terrible idea is that? What guilt that the citizens have committed? You cannot just try to kill someone. Why are your conditions so strict? It's funnier to call yourself a villain when you kill no one. Nah, I killed some of the other villains. I eliminated Subin's friend with my own hands. When I said that, I could see Subin fumbling for a moment. I'm sorry, Subin. Don't shake your hands while holding a mug. Okay, I got it for now. Then why don't you slaughter criminals in prison? They're not even citizens. I don't have anything to say. No, I have one. Seo-eun, if you look at people's reactions these days, we can get even more popular. It will be dope. Really. And it's not just a random terrorist attack. You think that there's a way out if you do well? You can't get out of it, and everyone dies. There needs to be a situation like that. Look what I have done so far. A prisoner's dilemma, the trolley dilemma. Of course, it's not a dilemma, but we should use our head to create a terrorist attack. It's difficult, right? It's hard, right? This is not easy. What kind of terrorism do we plan? I was just an ordinary little citizen. In other words, I have never thought about what kind of terrorism I would cause while staying at home by myself. Seo-eun was thinking hard about the next terrorist attack. Subin, who was next to her, also seemed to be thinking quietly. Originally, I planned the previous two terrorism from the beginning to the end, so the two of them just needed to carry them out. Not that I have run out of ideas. I have to use the power of collective intelligence. So help me. Oh, but I didn't tell them yet. Oh, and it has to be a desperate situation where a hero should appear and save them. Right before everyone dies, the hero suddenly comes out and saves them. Seo-eun couldn't hold back her anger and became irritated, and Subin, who was listening quietly, said a word for the first time. And the hero is Stardust again? What? Well, yeah. She heard that far and took a sip of water from the mug she was holding. Slurp. Stardust. Why don't you start living with Stardust instead of us? People might think that you guys are already married. With a sulky face, Seo-eun was being sarcastic with her chin on her hand. I have seen this in a book on childcare. The body that I dreamed of becoming a teacher. I think I have seen something similar in Emile Asterisk, a must-read for aspiring teachers. Asterisk Tien, Emile, or On Education by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Did it say that kids get jealous when their parents show more interest in others than them? Anyway, I think I was told to say this in this situation. Gosh, Seo-eun, I only call myself up in my opposite position. Why would I do things for her? Of course, my family and Seo-eun come first. Seo-eun turned her head as if she was upset, but I can see the corner of her mouth going up. It's not easy to raise a child. If your child is a senior in middle school, she's not a kid, right? But actually, Son, it is all for Stardust. I hid the bloody truth deep down, and we continued our meeting. While coming up with one idea and another, Subin came up with an idea. All the terrorist attacks that you have done so far. Ship, train. Only two, right? Then it's simple. Let's terrorize the plane next. Plane. Well, ships, trains, and airplanes. Is it a transportation trilogy? It's not bad. But how do I drop the plane? I know it's easy to drop it. Before that, you have to show a little bit of a dilemma or a brilliant show, then drop it. And we have to give hope that everyone can live. Oh, how about this? Subin continued with her explanation. After hearing it, Subin, are you a genius? That's how our next terrorist attack was decided. I have warned Stardust about the terrorist attack next month. Before that, let's prepare it perfectly. A plane bound for Jeju Island from Incheon. It was a small plane because it was a domestic flight, but it was still a plane bound for Jeju Island due to its own circumstances. During the short flight time, people were doing various things, like taking a nap, reading a book, or watching a movie on the screen in front of their seats. They were spending time in their own way. Yeah, they were. Until all the lights on the plane suddenly went out. In fact, people didn't mind much about it. But suddenly, all the screens in front of their seats were turned on, and the same video was sent to everyone. At that time, everyone was surprised. The Ego Show. Now live. What's this? In the sudden situation, The people complained that the movie they were watching was cut off. People who were quietly doing their job began to look at what was going on when the screens in front of them were suddenly turned on. And all of a sudden, from a speaker that was originally used to announce, not the captain, but someone else's voice began to come out. Hello, everyone. The biggest quiz show on Earth at the height of 25,000 feet. No, the biggest quiz show in the sky. Welcome to the Ego Show. A man's voice suddenly can be heard from the speaker. At the end of his words, applause began to come out of the speakers like a gag program. Wow, clap, 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 clap. The bright sound from the speakers contrasted with the cold sound of the plane. What are they doing now? Flight attendants. Where are they? But there were no attendants. When the passengers finally felt something was wrong, in the announcement, voices continued to flow. Now. Well, for the sake of the show's dramatic tension, the plane has bombs on it. If you do something stupid, boom. Oh my, it's better to be careful, right? People were screaming everywhere even before he ended his sentence. Anyone who has ever heard of Egostick knows that he's not talking nonsense. In the midst of numerous screams, he only smiled and continued to speak on the speaker. Let's start the game. Stardust, are you watching Egostix live? He's terrorizing again. Yes, I'm watching it now. What the hell is he doing? I kind of like that. Drinking iced tea? I continued. It's sweet. The unbalance that is slightly given by the contrast of the atmosphere and the situation. For example, this kind of thing, like in a fairy tale. The prince and the princess are living while laughing happily. They decided to gather the animal friends in the forest and have a party. It's a beautiful picture, isn't it? But this is where the variations are given. A handsome prince, a beautiful princess, a brave lion, a cute rabbit, and a laid-back turtle gathered together. To sit and smoke cigarettes together. Wait, Doan, why does it sound so weird? Sioun looked at me with a disgusted expression. No, there's nothing to freak out about. I think I know what you're talking about. Subin. When Sioun looked at Subin with a startled look as if she had been betrayed, Subin startled and shook her hand as if she was trying to say no. That's not what I mean. No, I mean, I know what Doan is talking about. Kind of like a cruel fairy tale. You're talking about that feeling, right? Well, that's right. Something similar. I nodded. Actually, more than that. It's more like a drama based on a Squid Game. Squid Game, playing marbles and picking Dalgona. Something that is very familiar to us, and that makes us feel like children. That sense of separation when those things are used for survival and death, not for fun games. If you pick the right Dalgona, you're not going to receive another Dalgona as a gift. If you don't pick the right Dalgona, you'll die horribly. Such rules. Games with such rules are so cruel, but funny and familiar at the same time. It gives a huge sense of separation. As I told them both, they both told me to stop talking gibberish, but to speak it out. Sion said it directly, while Subin with her gaze. And honestly, it's hard to understand that there's no drama in this world based on the Squid Game. Reducing one of Gukpong element. As a patriot, I must say that it's so sad. So, that's what this terrorist attack is about. That's right. Whatever it is, the concept of terrorism has to be clear. I've written the dilemma twice, so this time I'm going to go with the concept of a cruel fairy tale. The Ego Show, now live, a height of 25,000 feet. All communication with the outside world, such as telephone and the internet, has been cut off. An enclosed space in the sky. There are about 80 people in this space. It was so quiet that the only thing that can be heard is breath. No, to be exact, it's just people's voices are gone. People were just listening to the voices coming out of the speakers quietly, without saying a word. Welcome to the Ego Show, the biggest quiz show in the sky. Let's start the game. They didn't know. The voice they heard over dinner on the news. The voice that they heard while giggling on YouTube. How terrifying it sounds. It was definitely a voice that could be heard on the TV at least once. It's a bit frivolous and cheerful at the same time, but it also makes people concentrate. But why is this voice now coming out of the speaker, giving a primitive fear to everyone? They were only now able to reflect on what Egostick has done so far. 2 large-scale attacks. More than 10 people were killed by his own hands. Chosen by the association, extremely brutal and highly to escape A-class villain. Everyone laughed and cheered Mango Stick, but it wasn't until they were slapped by the reality that they knew why the Egostick is called a villain. His words from the speaker sound like an innocent child playing a fun game. The content was brutal. The rules are simple. 1. Don't make a sound. As soon as anyone makes a sound, one of the 3 wires attached to the bomb will be cut. If it gets cut off, you know, right? 2. Don't communicate. Cheating is a crime. If you get caught communicating with each other in any way, I will blow it up immediately. I could do a quiz show anytime next time. People's faces turned pale at his comments. Some swallowed, some shed tears, and some prayed to God with their eyes closed. Whether or not, the voice continued to come out from the speakers. Now, I will explain the key point, number 3. At the same time, the screens in front of the seats changed. In the 1980s, American cartoon-style black and white animations began to play, and letters began to appear in English. EGO's funny nonsense quiz. Nonsense quiz. As questions popped inside people's heads, Egostick's voice continued to come out from the speakers. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. If you get even one person right quietly and safely, I will let you go. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode. It sounded so simple. Answer 10 nonsense quiz questions. It's like a game that elementary school students can play when they have nothing to play. It's too childish for adults to play. But if their lives are at stake, the story is different. Nonsense quiz. I will read the question myself, starting from the first one. I will read it for you, and you can also read it on the screen in front of you. Where should you send the answer? You can look at the Messages app on your phone. There's a text message from an unknown number, right? As he ended his sentence, people took out their cell phones, and there was actually a text message. The Ego Show. Answer here. A text from an unknown number. They don't know how he could text them on a plane that didn't even have any radio wave, but somehow a message came. The announcement came out from the speakers. After the question is given, you guys can send the answer to us via text message within 3 minutes. Wow, 3 minutes. It's enough time to cook a cup of noodles. It's enough, isn't it? Why? If you pour water into the cup of ramen and wait for 3 minutes, it feels like you have to wait for a long time until you can eat it. I gave you more than enough. Huh? What's more than enough? You crazy punk. People could only keep the thought to themselves. They couldn't say it out loud. Because Egostick warned them that he would activate the bombs as soon as he heard any sound. If you get just one wrong answer, you're out. There's no chance to try again. If you're wrong in the first question, it's meaningless to know the answer to the remaining 9 questions, right? But I'm sure there's someone who can get all the right answers out of all the people. I trust you guys. An unreasonable rule when you hear them. However, they did not have a veto. Before people could come to their senses, cheerful music began to play on the speakers. Egostick shouted out loud as he listened to the cheerful BGM. Now, let's hurry up and start the first Ego Show. The first question, how many people can ride on the lifeboat in Titanic? At the same time, the question just popped up on the screens in front of the passengers' seats. First question, how many people can ride on the lifeboat in the Titanic? And below that, the numbers that started counting down in bold red letters. 3 o'clock, 2:59, 2:58. People rushed to type answers on their phones. The time's up. Egostick's voice began to come out again with cheerful music. Yes, the time for the first question has ended. The answer is 9 people can stay on the lifeboat, asterisk. Almost everyone answered it right, because it was easy. As expected, our Korea is all about humor. You guys are so cool. Asterisk TN. Lifeboat in Korean is written as Gumyeong Botu, and Gumyeong also means 9 people. Those who texted 9 people received correct. Some breathed a sigh of relief, but some had turned pale. Whether or not, the broadcast of Egostick continued. Okay, let's move on to the second question. What is the hottest fruit in the world? Hell's Quiz Show. Wow, if I were there, I would have peed myself. Egostick is really a villain. Who said he was a hero? They're all going to die. Fact, as long as it's not me. Wow. How did he install the bombs on the plane? Basically, don't people check for the bombs thoroughly? I don't know either. What is the captain doing? Can't they just make an emergency landing? If they do that, I think it's going to crash. President, when he's up there, what can we do? There's nothing we can do. The president of the association continued, watching the broadcast with a mournful look. Go get some popcorn, Stardust. Stardust took the popcorn next to her and threw it at the president's face. Now, the time for the second question has ended. The hottest fruit in the world is nectarine. It's called 1000 degrees nectarine asterisk, so it's probably the hottest. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk tien. Nectarine in Korean is Kyondo Baksunga, and Kyondo also means 1000 degree. Let's move on to the third question. What would the servant say in 3 letters when he parts from the king? The answer was Viking. Viking asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk tien. In Korean, V doesn't exist, so Korean people usually pronounce English words that start with V as B. In this situation, Viking will be pronounced as biking, which sounds similar to Viking. Fourth question. What would it be to call a country that has no beef in 5 letters? The answer was beef radish soup asterisk. No beef country. Ha ha ha. Asterisk tien. Sagoji muguk is a Korean dish. Muguk means radish soup, but is also written as in Hanja with the meaning of the country without. As the questions continued, the expression of passengers gradually darkened. Those who were quite good at first started to get it wrong one by one as the questions continued. In this game, if you make one mistake, you're out. In other words, by the end of the second half, there were only a few people left. Honestly, this is considered a lot. Honestly, Egoistic himself thought that there would be no one left by the 8th quiz. Surprisingly, there were 3 left. A little boy who got everything right. He must have read a lot of humor books since he was young. Chewing bubblegum, a high school girl who doesn't seem nervous at all. A guy who seems like he would have made a lot of dad jokes to his subordinates at a get-together. The eyes of passengers were focused on these 3 who were still holding smartphones. Because their last hope was these 3. They were looking at them with more earnestness than anyone else. In the tense situation, desperate eyes that suffocate people come from all over the place. The man, who was a little bald, was sweating while looking around. Of course, the child, who still knows nothing about this world, was waiting for the next question without caring about the situation. Maybe he thinks this is an actual game. Only his mother, who was next to him, was looking at him with an anxious look. And a high school girl who was chewing bubblegum in a red baseball jumper. I don't know why she was flying alone in her school uniform at this time of day, but she was watching the video from the front casually with her chin on her hand. And at the same hour, there was someone on the ground looking up over them. Stardust, are you there yet? Yes, I arrived. For now. The Jeju branch of the Hero Association. In the basement, deep in the building, Stardust responded to the call. Barf. Barf star. Asterisk tien. Puke SFX. Kim Jae-hyun, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? Barf. The person who is vomiting is Kim Jae-hyun. His hero's name is Shadow Walker. He is one of the 3 A-class heroes in Korea, along with the Stardust, and is also the strongest person in certain circumstances. Yeah, he's the strongest only in certain circumstances. Shadow Walker. A hero who is purely strong at night. Only working at night, he can be melted into the shadow and moved anywhere without difficulty. He's different from Egotic, who will probably die from a heart attack after traveling more than 100 kilometers, or the Teleporter, who traveled only 100 meters and was killed in 1 shot. As long as it's dark enough where he is, and as long as it's dark enough where he's going to move. In theory, he can move to the other side of the Earth. Of course, it's daytime on the other side of the world, so it's impossible. And the most important thing, at night, he's invincible because half of his body is actually a shadow. In other words, he doesn't die. Whether it's a physical attack or a biochemical attack, he's practically invincible. In addition, he can suck his opponents into his own shadow and move them anywhere. He's the Lord of the Night. This is why criminals in Korea don't commit anything at night, and villains never commit terrorism at night. People gave him the nickname Shadow Kidnapper. As soon as he gets a report, he moves there and instantly moves the criminal to prison. In other words, even if he can only work at night, he can still be considered at the top level among most heroes in the world. In fact, he was the only person in Korea who almost has every qualities to be an S-class hero. But because of that weakness, he was forced to be in A class. It's just that he's so weak during the day, whether it's teleporting or Buddhist judgment. If there's light, he's useless. His body, which was clearly athletic at night, strangely weakens rapidly during the day. Well, he always sleeps during the day because it's hard to stay awake beyond getting weak. Of course, he's not that useless in the daytime. Whether it's teleportation or Buddhist judgment, he can work it out during the day to some extent as long as there is enough darkness. Of course, there will be severe side effects. So the Hero Association of Korea has created a basement under the association's branches in Seoul, Busan, and Jeju. They create a very dark environment artificially so that he can move other heroes in shadow movement. For that reason, Shadow Walker Kim Ja-hyun, who was sleeping well, woke up in the middle of the day, not in the middle of the night, used a shadow, and took Stardust from Seoul to Jeju Island. Although he didn't seem to like it so much. Barf. Huh. Hey, did you have to do this? I feel like I'm going to die. Yes, it was necessary. But I'm sorry, rest well. Huh. I feel like dying. The Stardust ran as soon as they arrived. The lone Shadow Walker took his breath as he waited for the staff to come down to help him. Huh. Please, you villains. Please only commit crimes at night. His monologue only sank deep in the basement where darkness had fallen. The characteristic of villains these days is that they are always active during the day. The answer to the ninth question was Deoksagung Palace. Oh, fuck. Oh, did someone make a sound? Now, I'm going to cut one wire. Oh, man, there are only two left. The line of the bomb was cut off as the high school girl confirmed her answer. One of the three was cut off, so there are two left. All the passengers around glared at her, but she didn't mind but murmured quietly. I shouldn't have trusted that kid. Fortunately, she was only muttering something to herself, so no one noticed, not even passengers or Ego's Tick. Of course, passengers were not in a fortunate situation at all. The high school girl and the kid both got it wrong. His mother quietly hugged the tearful and regretful child. So there's only one left. There was only one man sitting in the middle, sweating like a waterfall with his head peeled off. The egotistic laughter came out from the speakers. Oh my, there's only one person left. Shall I call you the famous last one? Let's see. Kim Deok-bae. Yes, Kim Deok-bae is the only one who got all 9 questions right. A man was surprised when his name is mentioned. He's the only person who can challenge the 10th question. It must be a burden to think that the lives of all 80 people on this plane now depend on Kim Deok-bae's fingers. Kim Deok-bae, how do you feel? Say something. As Ego's Tick asked him to speak, as someone who was about to die of nervousness, the sad middle-aged man Kim Deok-bae looked like he was about to faint. Kim Deok-bae stuttered in a red face while having the eyes of everyone around on him. I will take responsibility and dash. How dare you? Didn't I say earlier that I would cut a wire if anyone made a sound? Why did you open your mouth? Let me cut another wire. Then, the line attached somewhere on the plane was cut off. People who saw it on the screen in front of the seat in real time. They were about to vent their anger at the moment when they were dumbfounded. Now that there was really only one wire left, they had no choice but to express their anger with their expression without speaking up. Wow, he's a real devil. Isn't it similar to the situation where someone says, if you move this, I will shoot you? Put your hands up. Why are you moving your hands? And then shoot. This is Ego's Tick. Where's the mango stick that I knew so far? Have you came to your sense yet? When the chat window, which was usually favorable to Ego's Tick, sticks out their tongue at his viciousness. Only Ego's Tick, as if for granted, only raised his voice. Why did you speak up? You can use body language. Sign language. Gosh, you're not witty. People angered a bit, but immediately calmed down at Egostic's words. The man must have noticed how everyone burst into anger. There's no point in having one line left to stop the bomb explosion. If they get the last quiz wrong in the first place, the bomb will explode. This place is full of breathtaking coldness. Only the speaker's voice answered the last question brightly. This is the 10th and the last question. If you get this right, you will get off the plane safely, and if you get it wrong, you know, right? Here's the question. What is the kid's favorite oil? Countdown, here we go. 3 o'clock, 2:59, 2:58. He gave out the last question. Everyone's attention was focused on the sweating middle-aged man. The people who can't guess any answers at all. People who know the answer to a certain extent. Even those who are sure the answer cannot say anything. Just the middle-aged man, eagerly. He just looked at it more eagerly than ever. The man with such a red face contemplated for a long time. 003, 002, 001. At the last minute, he wrote the answer. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Let's guess the answer. Let's see, he wrote IU. Now let's see. Let's see. Yes. The answer is a breathtaking strain. The passengers on the plane, people who are watching from the ground, everyone swallowed saliva and waited, and then the answer was announced. The oil that kids like the most. It was May oil, May 5th asterisk. IU was the wrong answer. That's too bad. Well then, TSK, asterisk TN, May 5th, Owol is Children's Day in Korea. OL, 5th, also sounds very similar to the English word oil. Egoistic thought once, and then went on. The end by boom, with the sound of something exploding. The plane began to crash. The plane began to crash. The passengers screamed and grabbed the seat armrest. I can't believe you're making sounds. I'm going to cut the last line too. Boom. The popping sound can be heard again. The plane began to crash faster and faster. And all of this was being broadcast live to everyone. Crazy punk. Of course, there were people who were watching it in real time. President, what do we do now? What do you mean? Give up. I'm busy writing a statement of condemnation. Phew. I will have to go around while lowering my head again. You come and get ready to write me an apology for throwing popcorn at me. Oh, damn it. Some reporters are already here. I'm hanging up now. The association's president hung up the phone. Stardust remained by herself. She could only look up into the sky with a mixed mind. The plane is slowly falling. It's falling so slowly that you might think it's landing normally. The smoke on both wings showed that there was something serious going on. Stardust thought, isn't this the biggest terrorist attack ever? Ego's tick. He's finally committing a real crime. The most frustrating thing was she couldn't do anything and could only watch. The speed of an airplane is at least 1,000 kilometers. Considering the speed of the train that he barely blocked is about 100 kilometers, it's about 10 times faster. Trying to stop that, it's simply like banging rock with an egg. It's like an ant trying to stop a car. In other words, there's nothing she can do. Just helplessly, she has no other choice but to write a report. When she looks up with such a complicated mind, suddenly, she could hear the phone ring from her in-ear earphones. She frowned at the unexpected phone call and tried to hang up by turning off her earphones. Wait, but these earphones surely are only connected to the association. She picked it up by tapping her earphones one more time. It was a man's voice, and Stardust pricked her lips at the familiar voice. Hello, Stardust. It's Ego's tick. You garbage. She almost threw her earphones out on the floor because she couldn't control her anger. But as he continued, she shut her mouth for a moment. I'm just curious. Why aren't you saving them? What? I mean, don't you have to fly up and save the plane? What are you doing? Stardust got burned up for a moment when he spit out those words so nonchalantly. However, she thought that if she got angry here, she would be involved in his scheme. So she tried to calm down her anger and spoke calmly. So now, you want me to stop the plane from crashing? The one you dropped? Yes, of course. Shinharu seriously wanted to give this guy a punch in the face by talking so shamelessly. A punch that is strong enough to kill him on the spot. Holding down her anger, she spoke up. How can I stop that? That thing that's falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour? You want me to die? Oh, I guess so. You crazy punk. She's losing her temper, and her concept is starting to unravel. But before she could scream, Ego Stick interrupted her. No, you can do it. For a moment, his voice on the phone sounded more serious and sincere than anyone else. She was speechless for a moment. You can do it. Stop the plane from falling. As if he was stating a completely undeniable truth. As if he was telling the obvious that the sun rises when the moon goes down. His voice is too assured. After being speechless for a moment, she caught her senses and quietly spoke up. Does that make sense to you? You think I don't know you're just going to take this opportunity to eliminate me? Why would I want to kill you? And then he continued with his calm voice. Without you, what would life mean to me? Without you, I'm just a common villain. You complete me. So step up, clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because that's you. And at the end, the phone was cut off. Left alone, she was possessed by the sudden development of the situation and blanked out for a moment. She shook her head as she had come to her senses. That crazy guy is just saying his usual crap. That's what the guy said when he blew up the plane in the first place. She knows her ability. How can she stop that? Isn't he just trying to kill her this time? However, what he said echoed through her mind. No, you can do it. You complete me. Clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because that's you. As those are unbelievable words that only her fans would say. But this is what her enemy, that egoistic guy, said. Isn't there more reliability and objectivity? Her brain was now in a state of confusion. She was feeling helpless and hopeless at the same time, saying that she would only be able to watch everyone in that plane die in real time. When a villain who dropped the plane called her and told her to go and save them, she ended up losing her mind. Yeah, I blocked the train, so why can't I stop a plane? In fact, looking at airplanes, isn't it a kind of flying train? What's an airplane? Isn't it short for an air train asterisk? I mean, wouldn't I be able to stop the plane? Asterisk tien. Airplane in Korean is bihenji and train is gisha. So in this part, Stardust is convincing herself that airplane is shortened for bihengika, which literally can be translated to air train. She began to think using some seriously flawed logic. Finally, her mind came to a conclusion. The 247th Shin Haru Brain Regular Decision Council. Result of the subject. Let's go get the plane. Yeah, if I watch they die anyway, I will be crushed by guilt for the rest of my life, rather than do it without regrets. And immediately, she flew in the sky. Yeah, wow. Inside the plane, it was filled with people's screams. Although the fall itself was somehow going smoothly despite the explosion, that didn't mean the fear was gone. Out of the window, it seemed to be getting closer to the ground. At first, only clouds could be seen clearly, but now the sea can also be seen. People were screaming and praying to God. Some people fainted, some just gave up as they closed their eyes quietly. So gradually the plane is getting closer to the sea, and now people start to lose hope as they think, so there are only a few minutes left before I die. Thump dash. They began to hear a sound from the front. Thump dash. Thump dash. Thump dash. The sound continued. A thud sound can be heard, as if something keeps hitting the front of an airplane. And the sound of the wave. Thwomp. Suddenly, a huge shock can be felt at the front. The passengers recalled themselves as if they were bouncing forward in unison. The shock would have made people bounce off if everyone hadn't been wearing their seatbelts. The shock came and went as if something had hit the front of the plane like a car hit a tree on the street. The speed of the plane that was running to break into pieces toward the sea. Slowly, it started to slow down. So the passengers were shocked at something hitting the front that they even thought, now, I'm dead. But they noticed something was off. They are definitely getting close to the ground. The plane gradually slows down as if it were landing. The plane was getting slower and slower. Soon, it landed in the sea with a roar. Thump. Of course, in the process, there was a slight impact, so the plane suddenly split. As a result, all the passengers survived. What happened? The passengers were stunned by the sudden situation. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't realize they were alive, and they couldn't even feel happy. Some of them woke up and went inside to find the crew. The crew members were knocked out. People woke them up, and they opened the door of the plane and set up a slide for people to get to the lifeboat out of the gate and ride it. People saw something when they got on the lifeboat and rode to the front of the plane with their absent mind. A blonde woman in red tights was sweating and catching her breath in the front of a heavily dented plane, holding the plane by herself so tightly that it was dented. It was Stardust. People instinctively realized that she saved them. One of them unknowingly muttered, "Hero, the protector, the hero." the savior. Everyone there felt that as they watched her catch her breath in a shabby way on a huge plane. That person just saved everyone. That's our hero. Hello, everyone. It's the 9 o'clock news. This afternoon, there was a plane attack by a villain. Our nation's hero caught this falling plane and saved everyone. Reporter John Jae-sung will tell you more about the news. 1 p.m. today, the screens of the 3 terrestrial channels suddenly changed. The TV screen that used to show entertainment becomes black. And suddenly, an image of the inside of an airplane began to be shown on the screen. People were in fear, and Agostic's voice could also be heard. Welcome to the Ego Show, the biggest quiz show in the sky. On TV, Egostic appeared on the screen, which was previously showing a show. Somehow, he was smiling wickedly. This is Agostic's 3rd terrorist attack. After the previous 2 attacks, he chose the air this time, and Agostic's voice came out again. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. If you get even one person right quietly and safely, I will let you go. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode. Confused passengers were taking the quiz in fear. The passengers calmly solved the questions, even in panic, when he said he would save them if they got the nonsense quizzes right, or he would explode the bomb on the plane. However, the humorous voice of Egostic was the wrong answer. That's too bad. Well then, TSK. The end. Goodbye. At the same time, bang. With a loud sound, everything inside the plane was shaking. People screamed, and the plane began to fall gradually. The camera changed. The news showed a video of a camera filming the sea far from the ground. You may not notice at first glance, but if you look closely, you can clearly see the plane going down at an angle. Just like that, as the plane was going down, a little started flying toward the plane, and that dot hit the plane. Bump dash. The vibrating was so hard that you can feel it on the camera. The anchor continued. Then a figure flies toward the falling plane. She is the A-class hero, Stardust, waiting near the plane's expected landing site. She flew alone to stop it when the plane was about to crash. Many experts predicted that she would not be able to stop it, but the plane stood and slowed down as if it was laughing at the prediction. In the video, it can be noticed that the plane was falling slowly. The plane eventually stopped, and all the passengers were rescued safely. Stardust later collapsed and was taken to a hospital, but the Hero Association announced that she fainted due to fatigue and that her life was not significantly affected. This has been reporter John Jae-sung. After the reporter's report, the screen changed to the standing female anchor from the news again. She spoke up. Yes, hero. What is a hero? Justice, salvation, sacrifice, faith. This time Stardust. What she showed us was simply a hero's thing. On behalf of our broadcasting company, I would like to express my gratitude to Stardust for protecting the citizens of Korea. So the anchor bowed her head. Yeah, you could take a day off. Come down and go sightseeing at the sea. Just relax. Let's go for a run together after a while. Okay, I will go this time. Really? Promise. Promise. Yeah. They hung up. Sitting in a chair in front of her desk with her phone, she sighed deeply. It's already been a few days since she blocked the plane by herself. She wondered how she stopped it herself and how she was still alive. Anyway, the important thing was that she saved people by blocking the plane, and she's still alive. She clenched her right hand, then relaxed it. Her strength got stronger again this time. It's a lot different than before. Seeing her unusual growth, the association has probably judged that they have underestimated her power so far. She already had that much power and accepted that no one knew it. In fact, that wasn't the only improvement in her ability. When she flew to the plane, she clenched her teeth and flew with desperation. She has crossed another wall. Somehow, her speed when she flies is much faster than before. The association explained that she seems to have underestimated her power so far. She knows her own power very well. Her power wasn't this strong, but it has clearly improved. She wouldn't doubt it. Indeed, her ability has become stronger. How? She met a situation that she couldn't handle with her own ability, so her ability grew on its own to solve it? Does that make sense? How convenient it is. However, She cannot deny that her ability had become stronger because it had already happened. But actually, she doesn't seem to care about how her power has grown. But what she's still thinking about right now is him, Ego's Tick. Many people who indiscriminately followed Ego's Stick as anti-heroes have disappeared due to the plane attack. Through this incident, people have come to their sense again that he was a villain that the association has approved. Although there was no civilian damage this time, there were many opinions criticizing him because this time, many people would have died if Stardust hadn't stopped him. But only Stardust, as the person involved in the case, was thinking differently from the public. A sudden contact when she stood still helplessly. And he said, "Look at yourself. Stop that crashing plane. You have to fly up and save the plane." As she asked him how she could stop it, in a confident voice, he said, "You can do it. Stop the plane from falling." When she asked if he was trying to kill her, he said, "Without you, what would life mean to me? Without you, I'm just a common villain. You complete me." When she was slightly stumped by a sudden remark, he then spoke in a heartfelt voice, appealing. "So step up, clench your fists, tighten your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, 'cause that's you." His words that she has never heard in her hero career before, as if he believes in herself more than she does. Has anyone ever believed her this way, even once? When she first worked as an A-class hero, she was too young. She only heard bad criticism, such as not being able to solve the case quickly. In the eyes of the public who don't really trust the hero in the first place, she just stayed quietly. She has only been working so quietly to protect her own justice. But the first time she heard it, it was from her villain nemesis, as if he trusted her completely. How ironic. And actually worked out as he said. She doesn't understand how he could believe in her and said that, but she succeeded as he said. Hitting a rock with an egg. An act of suicide. Whatever you say, something that could be raised has actually been done. As he foretold, Ego's Tick, staying alone inside her house, she murmured his name quietly. He said he believed in her. He told her to pick up the plane. But the point to note here is not the part where he told her to believe in herself. He told her to lift the plane. Why is that? He dropped the plane, and he told her to save it? Then why did he drop it in the first place? There was something doubtful about him, more than simply being a psycho who killed people with his own ability. An airplane that would have fallen if she had stayed still. But because he told her to save it, she was able to save it. So why did he ask her to save it? He wants to plan a crazy death game where a plane crashes if people get the nonsense quiz wrong. But he doesn't want to see people die. All right, there's a possibility. There is, but somehow, her gut was screaming that it couldn't be. Without you, I'm just a normal villain. You complete me. What he said kept ringing in her ears. Without her, he was just a common villain. So he said he needed her. How come without her existence make him a common villain? It's not a big deal if other hero comes as his opponent, right? Is it because she's the only A-list hero near him? She doesn't think so. Her gut kept shouting like that. There seems to be some other reason. Groundless, logical leap, absurd speculation, almost a kind of delusion to be frank. She decided this time to believe what her senses were telling her. I'm going to have to look into his tracks so far. What has he done so far? How did that end up? If she put all the events he has caused together, wouldn't something come out? She got up from her seat and began to go outside. Ego's Tick. She doubts that he's planning something, intent on something, and doing all this. Not a reasonable doubt, though. She decided to make a guess. So Shin Haru dressed up and went out. Ego's Tick. Whatever you're hiding, whatever you're planning, I will find out. Why do my ears tickle? Appa, isn't it because you don't pick your ears? No, I don't think so. What the hell? Is someone cursing me? Starting a few weeks ago, on the day where Stardust saved a falling plane on the sky. In the underground, I declared with determination. Well, let's give it a try. Airplane terrorism. The two of them nodded at my words. That's how we got to plan a plane attack. Appa, where should we attack the plane? We have to choose a domestic flight. We could just go to Jeju Island. Why not an international flight? There's a high possibility that foreign heroes will come if we attack planes going abroad. I don't know what will happen if they're on the plane. That's why we have to attack a Korean Airlines plane that only Koreans ride within Korea. You're nitpicking again. You can't even fly at night, right? Of course not. Then the Shadow Walker would teleport to the plane and end it all. Okay, let's see. I think we can attack the plane at this time. Let me see. Yeah, that period of time will be perfect. Well then, we need to prepare in advance. What do we need? You said you're going to do some death nonsense quiz. Go think of some nonsense quizzes. You want to search for some nonsense quizzes? Sion, I already know tons of them. Do you know how to say a monk goes down in 6 letters? I don't know. What does it mean? Illegal download. Down road asterisk. Ha ha ha. Asterisk TN. There's no L in Korean alphabet, so Korean often pronounce words starting with L as R. In this situation, download would be pronounced as downroad. Appa, please look for something else. Why I still ask you nicely? CO gave me a cold reaction. Illegal downloading is fun. Why? Well, I was about to make such a different old man joke. Subin next to me talked to me. Doin, shall I just look for some bombs? Do I just need to search for the route that we bought during the train attack last time? Oh, Subin, we don't really need a bomb this time. In my words, both Seoun and Subin look suspicious. Hey, I heard you're going to detonate a bomb on the plane. Oh, I didn't explain this. Well, yeah, I will explain it in detail from the beginning. Ego Show Implementation Plan. A nonsense quiz contest will be held on the plane. If no one gets all 10 questions right, it is said to detonate a bomb. The point here is, I'm going to crash the plane no matter what. But if you use a bomb, the plane will be shattered from above, right? So we won't use bombs, we will just crash it down. What? What does that mean? Seoun sounded like she didn't understand. Well, there are a lot of weird points. You're going to crash the plane. But what if someone gets all 10 questions right? You're still going to drop it. I won't let that happen. I will act like I wonder if there's anyone who can get all the questions right. Still, I already set things up ready just in case. So what up? I'm going to give them 2 answers for the last quiz. So even if they get it right, I could just tell them the other one is the correct answer and drop the plane. If it doesn't work, just force it. Wow, I didn't know until now, but you look a little devilish now. Seoun looks at me like she's bewildered. What, kiddo? This is the way the world is. The world is all about trick or be tricked. Doin, what does it mean to crash without using a bomb? Oh, that one. If you use a bomb, the plane can break down into pieces at unexpected directions, so we're just going to pretend that the bomb went off, and we're actually going to just point the plane down at an angle. But if you don't catch a landing point in the air, that's a crash. As I shrugged my shoulders and said so, Owen asked once again, Oh, so if we crash a plane, it's our goal to get Stardust to hold it, right? Exactly. Increase my sense of power. Increase my Stardust popularity. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Well, Doin, can you stop the plane? Subin, who is searching for something on the computer and calculating it, asked me. Let me look that way. She continued to speak. It's my plan to crash the plane, but the biggest achievement Ms. Stardust has ever done is to stop the running train she last time. It's great to block the train, but there's a huge difference between the train and the plane. I think Ms. Stardust really squeezed her way to the limit and stopped it, but the plane, it's not just 10 times faster, it's hundreds of times harder considering gravity, weight, and energy. Subin's reasonable doubt. In fact, it is a suspicion that anyone would has. It's like a kid who learned to add and subtract yesterday, saying that she will challenge 30 calculus tests today. Speaking orthodoxly, how can Stardust, who barely blocked the train, block a plane? So I only answer them like this. Stardust can do it. That's what the main character of this cartoon is like. In the second half of this world, enemies who can stop time, dominate space, and cause natural disasters alone are going to pour out. It becomes a crazy worldview where divine beings pop out and try to destroy the Earth later on. And Stardust will be the hero who protected Korea and the Earth alone in that world. She's the main character. In fact, this world is rotating for her. And there's only one thing that makes this possible, that there's no limit to her ability to grow. The main character doesn't die. In reverse, the pain that cannot kill her will make her stronger. I mean, as long as she's desperate and has will. There's nothing she can't stop. Stardust can do it. So we can trust her and crash the plane. When I said so, with a serious face, Seoun asked with a slightly sulky face. It's funny. Why do you believe in her? I just laughed at the question and passed. The preparations went smoothly. We took fake bombs, and we secretly put smoke generators on our wings to pretend the explosion. Before the takeoff, I teleported into the plane, set up this and that, set up the captains to fall asleep in the middle, set up the panel in advance. My plans that I could squeeze out by reading so many hero cartoons and movies, and the result of the two geniuses' assistants combined. Honestly, with this kind of terrorist attack, I must say that I already reached the level of arts. As long as the project took place, the terror itself was fast. It was my first time doing a non-face-to-face terrorist attack, so I felt a little strange, but I will have to live with it. I can't get on a plane that is going to crash. Safety is good. Good. Hello, everyone. The biggest quiz show on Earth at the height of 25,000 feet. No. Welcome to the Ego Show Live, the biggest quiz show in the sky. But when I was looking at the camera in an open space, it came out smoothly. I started to feel a little embarrassed when I spoke to the microphone in a narrow room deep underground. Seo-eun and Subin keep looking at me. Please stop looking at me. It bothers me a lot. My energy isn't coming out. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode. I spoke diligently into the microphone. On the screen in the base, people on the plane were being broadcast live in real time. FYI, the video is also being shown nationwide as we hacked into 3 terrestrial broadcast stations. It looks like all the technicians are clinging together and doing everything they can to prevent the hijacking. Yes, I spent like water for Seo-eun and Subin. Adios, amigo. But actually, I don't think it's necessary to do this and just upload a live video on YouTube. People will send it as an emergency program. I don't know. It's a tradition now. Okay, let's move on to the second question. What is the hottest fruit in the world? I realized this while doing nonsense quiz. Why are they so good at answering? Honestly, I thought I'd be out of the 7th and 8th rounds. The man endured with evil to the end and came to the 10th. The last man to survive was a bald man. Let's see. The name is Kim Deokbi? How do you keep getting it right? Now, finally, the 10th and last question. What is kid's favorite oil? That's how I asked my last question. The answer IU was sent to me. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I sent IU or May 5th. The important thing is that whatever he sends it, it's definitely wrong. But he got it right to the end. If I didn't get revenge, I would have been in big trouble. Let's guess the answer. Let's see, he wrote IU. The answer is May Oil, May 5th. It's a shame. Well then, goodbye. I pressed the button. Bang. The silencer that I set up in advance works. The plane began to fall down with smoke. Actually, it's just going down. Phew, it's finally over. I turn off the microphone and lay down on the chair. It's so hard to keep up the tension because I just sit still and open my mouth. When I was lying down like that, Sin, who finished the operation, talked to me. Appa, what are you doing now? What do you mean? Wait until the Stardust come. Will she come? Of course she will come. She's Stardust. So I waited. It will be here soon. I've been waiting. You must have left now, right? I kept waiting. She's on her way, isn't she? After waiting for so long. Arif, why isn't she coming? I just screamed. Why aren't she coming? If she doesn't come by now, the plane will break into pieces. Oh, why are you screaming? Seo-eun, hurry up and check what she's doing. I will hack into a nearby CCTV. Okay. All right. Oh, I found it. Stardust is just watching the plane from the beach. What did you say? Why the hell is she doing that? This is not the Stardust I know. I think she knows it too. She knows that they will die, so she just stays still. I jumped at Seo-eun's words. What? No. Stardust can do anything she wants. If she is put in front of the plane, she will be able to wake it up and stop it. Damn it. What should we do if we keep going like this? Yeah, earphones. In-ear earphones. I came up with something. Shinharu always wore small in-ear earphones inside her ears. If only we could communicate there. Seo-eun, can you contact Shinharu from the earphones in her ears? Hurry up. Wait a minute. Oh, this is a security network connected by an extension, so it's a little hard to get through. Subin, please help me. Okay. While the two of them stick together and keep trying on the computer. Tap, tap, tap. I shook my legs like crazy. I'm so nervous. After that ridiculous time. Do-in, I succeeded in getting into it. Finally, I ran in a hurry. What's on the computer is a complicated frequency graph. Do-in, but the important thing is that if she doesn't answer your call, you're out. It's okay. Then I can keep calling until she picks up. I answered that and sat down. Take a deep breath. Phew. Ring. Ring. An outgoing call. And. Pick up. She picked up. I spoke up calmly, quietly. Hello, Stardust. It's Ego's tick. You garbage. She cursed at me as soon as we connected. However, it wasn't important that I was criticized now. I'm just curious. Why aren't you saving them? Why aren't you saving them? Why are you standing still? After a few more mild curses at my question, she eventually spoke up. How can I stop that? That thing that's falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour. You want me to die? As I heard her words, more than I thought. I was shocked. Much more than I thought. I suppose. That's what she was thinking. Exactly at a moment like this, that's what she thinks. Just when I thought Stardust, I knew wasn't like this. Come to think of it, I realized Stardust at this time could be like this. In second half of the story, Stardust never gives up even if she meets an enemy she cannot win. At the beginning of the original comic, she only fought against enemies who seemed to be able to compete with her. She was feeling frustrating because I twisted it. However, the situation I have suggested is a situation that cannot be solved by her current power alone. The first sudden disaster left her frustrated. It shouldn't be like this. The Stardust I know are not like this. Even if you encounter a situation that seems insurmountable, you clench your teeth, raise your head, step forward, and break through the situation. A person who believes in her ability, trusts her will, and goes forward with an indomitable will toward the enemy. That's Stardust, Shinharu. But why isn't she stepping up this time? Did I give her a wall that is too high from the beginning? Little by little, she had to cross the wall and give herself confidence that she could break the next wall. Did she break her will against the overwhelming wall? What should I do? What should I do now? How what? I have to give back her will. Let her know that she can. She has to make them believe in themselves. Now, what did she say? How am I going to stop that? You want me to die? Yeah, that's what she said. After organizing my thoughts, I opened my mouth again in a calm voice. No, you can. You can do it. Because you're the hero of this world. Because you're the person who can win anything if you have the will. You can do it. Stop the plane from falling. Her quiet voice came as I delivered it with a heavy heart. Does that make sense to you? You think I don't know you're just going to take this opportunity to eliminate me? Me? You? I was dumbfounded. You mean who's getting rid of who? I lost my mind for a moment and told her with all my heart. Why would I want to kill you? Why would I kill you? Without you, what would life mean to me? After I realized that I had fallen into this damn world of comics, I wandered and agonized and vowed to live the rest of my life for you. Without you, I'm just a common villain. It cannot simply be referred to as a villain. Without you, I'm just a stranger in this world. An unnecessary accessories. Living in this world without all my family, friends, assets, social status, honor, friendship, love, everything, I am not myself. What's the point of me not living for you in this world? You, only you. You complete me. So step up, clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it. Because that's you. I just cut off contact like that. Looking to the side, I could feel Seo-eun and Subin looking at me with a surprised face. Oh, come to think of it, I recited my feelings for Stardust in front of those two. Well, I'm embarrassed. I only smiled lightly and said to them, now let's see what happens. I did everything I could. Now it just depends on how she decides. Yes, Stardust has succeeded in landing. The plane. All passengers are safe. They're getting off. Everyone. Korea is safe. Wow, Do-in. Just like you said, she stopped that. How did she do that? Do-in? Do-in. When Seo-eun called me, I was sliding straight from my seat. Sing, what's wrong with you? Let's go traveling. It's really tiring after every terrorist attack. I need to rest. Really need to rest. If I do terrorism one more time, I will get sick. Since we did 3 consecutive terrorist attacks. Let's take some time off now. This villain needs a break. Let's go. Riding the SUV we bought before we left the house. The destination is Busan. Seo-eun said she had never seen the sea, so she decided to take this opportunity to see it. Do-in, can't we just take the KTX asterisk? Asterisk TN, Korean Express train. Seo-eun in the back seat grumbled. Seo-eun, can you see the bag in the trunk? That's all guns and stuff. How can we get on a train with that? How long are we going to be there? Why did you pack that much for 3 days and 2 nights? Seo-eun turned her head and was looking at the things on the bag behind her. I'm driving, and she's doing something dangerous. Do-in, what is this mask? It's my first time seeing it. Seo-eun took the mask out of the bag. It's not a mask that covers only half of my face, but a mask that covers the entire face. You don't know what's going to happen there. Just in case, I will take something to cover my face. Soo-bin, who was in the passenger seat next to me, asked curiously. Didn't you come wearing the recognition device? Oh, I didn't. Seo-eun, and I haven't been exposed to the public yet. Oh, Soo-bin said softly as the end of her sentence. Wait, now that I think about it, Soo-bin is the only one who came here to travel with a recognition device. And I was the one who hit Soo-bin's face live. Let's stop talking about this. I'm sorry. In the back, only Seo-eun was playing looking at her phone without thinking. I hope she doesn't have any thoughts. So we went to Busan. It's exhausting to drive for 5 hours. It's the sea. We came to Haeundae. I'm glad that Seo-eun likes it. The child ran and played, and I laid out a mat and sat under the parasol. It's hard to even stand. I need to sit down. Soo-bin, who sat next to me, bought 2 drinks and gave me one. It's nice that the sun is bright and there aren't many people on the beach. This is why you have to travel on weekdays. Soo-bin, sitting next to me, took a sip of the drink with a straw and told me, sweeping her hair behind her ears. It's also been a while since I last saw the beach since I was young. It's been a while since I saw it too. It's the first time I've seen it since I fell into this world. Of course, it's the sea. It's just the sea, but still, there's something bothering me inside. In this world, I eliminated 4 villains. I committed 3 terrorist acts. I have been so busy. Being packed is good, but it's also necessary to take a good rest like this sometimes. I'm always grateful to you, Dan. I was looking at the sea. What should I call it? Sea blanking? Water blanking? Soo-bin spoke quietly from the side. Grateful? For what? It's just everything. Thank you for saving me without killing me in the beginning. I'm thankful that you treat me well. Haha, what are you talking about? There are more things that I'm thankful for. You always take care of the house and even support Sung. Thank you for saying that. Soo-bin smiled quietly. What's up with this atmosphere? Is this some kind of flag this? In the comic, the person who said this always dies or betrays in the next episode. I'm scared. Before I could ask why, Seo-eun came back from running alone to look at the sea. You're back already? Did you see it all? Yeah, it's not that different from the sea I saw in the game. It just feels familiar. Oh my god. She's feeling familiar because of the sea that she saw from the game. Is it the net function or bad influence of the game? I don't know, but I think I should adjust her frequency of playing games once we go back. But stepping barefoot on the beach was refreshing. About 3 out of 5 stars. I have never seen a kid who scores stars at a beach. But it's even salty. She should get 4 points. Shall we grab something to eat then? Let's do that. We came to a gukbap asterisk restaurant. Asterisk TN. Hot soup with rice. Busan is famous for gukbap. Appa, it says to pour the radish kimchi water into the gukbap. Is that true? Well, if you want to eat like that, then eat it like that. I don't like it. Seo-eun poured radish kimchi water into the gukbap. Why would people do that? It tastes fine. Surprisingly, Seo-eun responded that it tasted fine. Is that so? Is it because of the difference in taste? Well, it's nice to see her eat well. Rather than always eating home-cooked meals at home, you should sometimes go eat out while blowing out the hot earthen pot like this. There's a lot of meat in gukbap here, too. Good. News was coming out on the TV on the wall of the gukbap restaurant. The association issued a statement condemning A-class villain Ego Stick, saying, "We're doing our best to catch him." However, the investigation is disrupted by the fact that the criminal can teleport and is good at manipulating the network. Netizens say, Ego Stick is scary. Did you see Stardust versus Ego Stick fight? It's a legend. And many more kinds of reactions. It happened to be talking about me. But the news seems a bit strange. When I was watching my face on the screen while munching on radish kimchi, Seon, who was eating in front of me, asked me, "Why did you name yourself Ego Stick?" For a moment, the radish kimchi almost came out of my nose. Why is she talking in loud voice in such crowded place about that? I looked at the people around me in a hurry. Luckily, everyone seemed not to be very interested in this. When I looked at Seon with a very embarrassed face, she looked at what I was looking at, then said, "Ah," and took something out of her pocket. "Don't worry. Last time, when you were grumbling too much, so I made a noise-canceling device and brought it with me." And then on the desk, it was something that looked like a small walkie. "What is this?" I asked carefully. Seon shrugged her shoulders and said, "It makes what we say among ourselves will be silent to others." "Oh, when did you make this again?" "Last time you told me not to talk about identity in a crowded place, so I looked through the design at home and it came out. Hanun Group has everything. It's fascinating. So, Doin, why did you name yourself Ego Stick?" Seon asked me with a mischievous smile. Didn't she ask this before? It's derived from egoistic, which means selfish. Doesn't it remind you of that? No, I can only think of stick. But why did you take out in the middle? Why did I take it out? I just took it out. Stardust reduced her name to Stardust. So what's the point of not reducing the egoistic to the egoistic? Stardust again? Honestly, I don't know why Stardust took out the back. Why didn't you just go with egois without the tick? This is much better. I think I could have made it better if I were with you when you were deciding your name. I feel sorry for you. Subin, who was quietly eating next to us, also spoke up. "If you keep doing this, I will change my name to Mango Stick." Welcome to Mango Stick's Mango Show in front of the camera during the next terrorist attack. I'm going to be like this. I think that's cute. I agree. My heart was broken when Seon said with a bright smile, "I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding." The news on TV ended my story and was reporting on the following. Breaking news. A-class hero Shadow Walker currently passed out. The association said the cause is the use of too much ability during the day for special activities, and said they would complete the treatment as soon as possible. Netizens responded by saying, "I'm afraid of the association's incompetence. Isn't it a mischievous disease? And the president of the association should take responsibility for the security vacuum and resign." No. Why did he suddenly pass out? I watched TV in a hurry. Don't tell me that's what made Stardust go back and forth to Jeju Island? I feel so sorry for him if it's because of that. Stardust Fan Cafe, Stardust Team, membership is increasing rapidly. The cafe, which was founded after the last airplane incident, quickly surpassed 100,000 members in just a few days. It's very unusual for a Heroes Fan Cafe to be open in Korea. Oh, I focused on TV instead of eating. Yeah, I believed you. As expected, my rolling like a dog works. You like it more than when you open the Fan Cafe. Oh my, people might think you're Stardust Dad. Seon, who was eating in front of me, grumbled at me. Well, did I like it too much? Breaking news. Experts are causing a stir by announcing the results of Egostic's last plane crash that it doesn't look like a bomb exploded. Experts say the aircraft is currently sunk in the sea and cannot be accurately identified. But based on the last photograph taken, no trace of the explosion can be identified. We're lifting the sunken plane, and as soon as the results come out. How did you know that? The world is killing me. Appa, just give up now. I heard that #1 on the real-time trend is #MangoStick. Seon showed me the terrible truth on her phone. No, this can't be real. No, wait. Whether it's a bomb or not, I did crash it, but there are people left covering me. These people say that you must have drawn a big picture. In the end, they claim that there was no civilian damage this time. Mangadan support is amazing. No, does that make sense? I did something. It's weird for me, too. Did they all take medicine? That's abnormal support. Look at this. What is it? I got a phone from Seon. Mango Stick, if you believed in me, it's super recommended. Ha ha ha. I will go first, lol. Recommendation, 1355. Not recommended, 32. Really? There's no one who didn't believe it, right? Why didn't he use the bomb? He did it to save everyone. Ha ha ha. I agree with the big picture. Ha ha. Seon, where the hell did you get these comments? Diane, look at this. It was posted on my school community. What's that? Writer, anonymous. Title, the interview for the passengers on the plane is up. How was it? Passenger 1. It was scary. I was scared, but when I thought about it after getting off, it was still a meaningful experience. It reminded me of the importance of life. It feels like I'm on a scary roller coaster. Passenger 2. I think it was kind of fun. I was dizzy when I fell at the end, but I arrived in Jeju Island normally, so I had fun and came back home. Roller ha-ha. Coaster ha-ha. Anonymous 1. All the passengers are brave. Anonymous 2. Korea, the land of manly men. Anonymous 3. You can't get scared on a roller coaster, haha. Anonymous 4. Roller coaster. Fuck haha. My emotion was plain. The world is going crazy. It's the end of the world. Asterisk. After we finished eating, we went around looking around. I went to the international market and visited other famous restaurants. After having fun at night, Seoun, did you reserve our hotel? Of course. I have a reservation for a 5-star hotel. Oh, what's the name? I think it's called Signature Hotel. Really? I think I've heard of it. It's the biggest, most famous, and most expensive hotel in Busan. It was hard to make a reservation. Yes, you did a good job. Let's hurry up and get some rest. I'm so tired. Gosh. I'm gonna go get some rest and sleep. But it's nice to take a good rest after a long time, after going around terrorizing all the time. Everything's gonna be okay for a while, right? A dark space. Heavy armed men lined up in unison. Standing in front of him, a man who appeared to be a colonel spoke. Tonight, we're gonna air raids. Do you understand? Yes. Where did I say our unit were attacking? You said Busan's Signature Hotel. The shouts of the soldiers filled the place. Well, everything will be fine, right? I somehow feel worried. Do-in, stop muttering to yourself. Hurry up and come. Okay, yeah, whatever happens, at least it's not today. It's been a while since we had dinner. After walking around excitedly in Busan for a day, we came into the hotel to take a rest. The most expensive 5-star hotel in Busan, the Signature Hotel. Personally, I don't like the fact that Busan's iconic hotel name is English. Let's say in Korean. There's a good Korean word for sign instead of signature, though. Come to think of it, the autograph doesn't seem to be Korean either. No, isn't that what the signature means? I don't know. Let's just go in. The lobby inside was very big and antique. It's like a space where hundreds of people can fit in. Subin told me that she would keep our luggage for now, and Seoun and I headed to the front desk to check in. Seoun made a reservation, so Seoun went with me. Welcome. What's the name of the person who made the reservation? Oh, it should be Han Seong. Yes, it's confirmed. I will give you the key to 2708. Is there only one room? Yes, you reserved only one room. Oh, yes. I trudged out of the lobby with a card key and asked someone next to me. Seoun, why did you choose one room? In my questionable gaze, Seoun said while avoiding my eyes. Well, it's good to save money. Why do we have to save money? When you and I put it together, it's money that overflows. The bed is super king, so just come and sleep. Seoun? And there's only one bed. When I looked at Seoun in a hurry, Subin, who was next to me, came and hugged Seoun and said, it'd be nice if the three of us slept together after a long time. Hoo-hoo. I'm looking forward to it. Well, we have never slept together before. They didn't listen to me and went to the elevator. My authority as the head of the family. Wow, the room is so big. Seoun, who came into the hotel room, ran around and admired. It's nice to see her eyes twinkle like this after her time sitting in front of the computer all day. As expected, a student should go out and play a little bit. Wow, there's a warm bath. Subin, who entered the bathroom, also opened her eyes wide and said, is it because it's a 5-star hotel? It was the biggest and widest hotel I have ever been to in my life. Every piece of furniture is made of wood that looks like it's worth tens of millions of won if you accidentally burn it. I don't think we should ever play with fire in this hotel. Oh, we just can't play with fire, right? The night view is wonderful. I removed the curtains. Perhaps because it's a high floor, the view overlooks the night view of downtown Busan. I can also see the waves of the night sea far away. Wow, the TV is really big. I was amazed by the TV in the bedroom. The TV in our base is not this size either. Should we change one? But in the meantime, there was really only one bed. Of course, the size is so big that it looks like 4 beds are stuck together. Did she really have to reserve a single bed? I said first to those who were clueless with the luggage. Let's pack up first, wash up, have some fun, and go to bed. I'm tired because I've been walking around all day. So everyone washed up and lay down on the bed. Seo-eun lies in the middle, and Soo-bin and I lie next to each other. We decided to lie down and watch TV and rest. When I was changing the channel to see if there was anything fun, Seo-eun, who was looking at her phone next to me, opened her mouth. Then, bring me some water. Huh? What? Did I hear you wrong? Water. But Seo-eun said one more time casually. No, Seo-eun. Do you have hands or feet? Seo-eun. I can't believe you're trying to push me like that now. I raised you wrong. I should have raised you a little more strictly. Oh my. When I made a mischievous wail, Seo-eun waved her hand in embarrassment and said, No, it's not like that. You have telekinesis. Can you just take out with that? Don't you just have to lift your hands? Oh, was it like that? I thought that Seo-eun was a spoiled kid. Well, unfortunately, Seo-eun, just get up and bring it. All right. No, it's because I have to save my energy. Power? What does it mean? Well, did I not explain this? Let's see. You know, when you play RPG games, you know things like MP, right? Should I call it mana? The number that wizards have to fill in when they use magic. Oh, that one? The blue stick under the HP? Yes, that one. That's what my telekinesis is like. If I use it often, it's not as powerful as a claw machine. Why can I just not use it and just stay still? How can I say? Concentrating? If I do it, I get stronger. That's why I need to save my energy for a crisis. Actually, the last time I wrote, it was a few months ago when I was dealing with a crocodile, but now I feel pretty strong. Bearing is victory. Oh, now I know. I thought you were just using whatever you want. I will be back. In that way, Seo-eun trudged toward the hotel's mini refrigerator. I'm just going to watch the channel. Variety show news. I just turned on the news. Honestly, news is more fun in this world than entertainment shows. On the news, a B-class villain. There's no way it's not fun when you do this. When I turned on the news, there was a picture of a woman with blonde hair and a woman with long sky blue hair. On the left is Stardust. The one on the right is her. North Sea Ice Girl. The voice of the anchor came out of the news. After Shadow Walker's report of coma, A-class hero Stardust and Icicle of the Association explained themselves as concerns about the security of the people continued. The two say they will be in a 24-hour emergency system, and as usual, Stardust will be in charge of Seoul and the metropolitan area, and Icicle will be in charge of Gyeongsangbuk-do, Gyeongnam, and Busan. Well, Stardust were originally in charge of Seoul, and the North Sea Ice Girl was in charge of Busan. So that means that the two actually work 24 hours a day. I feel sorry for them. The North Sea Ice Girl appears on the news with the official hero's name, Icicle, without anyone saying it yet. Well, it's only natural that North Korean Ice Woman got tinnitus after freezing North Korea in the second half. While I briefly recalled the original work, the anchor continued. When the public expressed concern, saying, How big is Korea? How big can it be covered with two? The association said, Make sure to have a baseball bat next to your bed in case of danger. Still, the association is like that. Well, the association has always been like that, so there's nothing awkward about it. In my memory, the president of the association went around a little bit, but the security must be a bit unstable. Should I prepare something? Do-in, are you watching the news again? You look like a real old man at times like this. Seon suddenly came back to her bed with a lot of negotiations. No, it's unfair. This may be your daily life, but I feel like I'm watching a movie. Oh, but that's not water. It's Coke. Where did you get that? Coke. I opened the minibar and found it. For a moment, I almost screamed. Seo-eun, you can't drink that. Do you know how expensive the drinks and snacks are in the hotel minibar? The can you're drinking is probably 5,000 won. When I said in surprise, Seo-eun shrugged her shoulders as if she was wondering why. It doesn't matter if it's 5,000 won or 50,000 won for a drink. We have a lot of money. I was at a loss for words from Seo-eun. Right? We have a lot of money, right? Including the money I earned from the original knowledge since I fell into the world and the money Seo-eun made in the first place. It's a lot. Maybe it's because I've been living like a small citizen for too long, but I forget about it. How much is this hotel in the first place? This is probably the most expensive of all the buildings in Busan. It's the only five-star hotel here. Well, yes, drink a lot. Drink and brush your teeth. Oh my, am I a kid? Seo-eun complains to me with her cheeks swollen. Ah, you look like a kid right now. Subin just smiled quietly at us. Asterisk. Oh my god, I'm sleepy now. Let's all go to bed. How to get up early tomorrow and go to bed early to play. So everyone brushed their teeth, turned off the lights, and lied down on their seats. We all lied down together, but the bed was so big that it was not particularly uncomfortable. But it's kind of weird to sleep under the same blanket. It hasn't been long since I lied down, but I heard Subin whispering quietly on the other side. Are you asleep already? I fall asleep as soon as I lie down. When I was lying with my eyes closed to sleep, Seung, who was lying next to me, murmured quietly to see if she was still awake. Today was fun. Yeah, what was the most fun? It was nice to see the sea, and it was fun to see the market. I think it would be good to hang out like this sometimes. Okay, let's come out sometime. If I could come out to play. First, I've completed all the terrorist plans and Stardust growth projects in my head. Let's go to sleep if we want to have fun tomorrow. Yes. Seo-eun yawned once and laid down with her face buried in her belly. I'm going to go to bed soon. The hotel is so quiet. I think I will fall asleep soon. And just like that, I fell into a deep sleep a few minutes later. When I wake up tomorrow, the sun will be up, right? But late at night, when the moon is still shining on the dark city, the hotel. Thump. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps heard from all sides. Thump. The sound of something popping somewhere. Ah. Someone scream. Something breaking. Bang. Knocking on our room. Noise between floors. FBI, open up. And a shouting in front of the door. Fuck it. I woke up and murmured. Why are you doing this to me? Late at night, in the best hotel in Busan. Screams could be heard everywhere. Oh, what the? Who are you people? Shut up and come out if you don't want to die. Hurry, hurry, move. The mysterious terrorists burst in at night. They took the elevator to each floor, breaking the doors of sleeping guests and taking them as hostages. People were surprised to see guns pointed at their faces when they woke up. The terrorists forced them to wake up and gathered them to the first floor. Is this the last floor? Yes, let's get it done quickly, or boss will get angry. The corridor was already chaotic. Across the chaotic corridor where the assailants pointed their guns and yelled at the screaming hostages, two terrorists went to their jobs, taking hostages from the remaining rooms. A terrorist was trying to break the door, another terrorist next to him said, and grabbed his hand to stop him. Wait, there's something I want to try. I have always wanted to shout this out whenever I break someone else's door. What? Just listen. The terrorist listened to him and laughed as he was speechless. I cannot believe it. Well, that's good. It can also be a man's dream. I'll do it with you. Thank you. Let's start on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. So they kicked the door at the same time and shouted together. FBI, open up. As they went through the broken door, the half-asleep man in bed shook his hand once. Suddenly they were hit by their own gun stock and fell down. It was a vain end. Who the hell are these bastards? I woke up from my sleep and murmured, rubbing my half-asleep eyes. Gosh, suddenly there were noises everywhere, and 2 masked men were pointing guns at me when I woke up. I was so surprised, so I manipulated their guns with my telekinesis and hit their heads. They passed out under my bed after the surprise attack. Who are they? Ugh. What's going on? Subin and Seo-eun, who were sleeping next to each other, finally woke up. Gosh, what the hell were we doing during this chaos? When I woke up, the sound that I could hear was no different from hell. The sound of people screaming, crying, shouting, the sound of breaking, smashing, shooting. I had no choice but to say this. I think there's been a terrorist attack. Seriously, I'm a guy who doesn't swear. But fuck it, isn't this too much? What the hell did I do wrong? I've only been on 2 trips so far, but why did accidents happen both times? There are so many hotels in Busan. Why? Is this happening to my hotel? No matter how much I think about it, the world seems to hate me. It's unfair. I'm certain that I've lived nicely. Well, not really, but I'm proud that I've lived a sincere life. How come? God created me, Kim Dae-in, but also created those vicious villains. God, let me be a righteous villain again today. Yawn. What the hell is going on here? Soon, who woke up from her sleep, looked around with tired eyes. She had a bothered look as if there's something else going on in vain. I guess she doesn't even get scared anymore. Are you used to terrorism now? Wait, let me check the parking lot. So I teleported quickly to my car in the parking lot. Move it, move it. Carry the supplies. Get your weapons. The underground parking lot was already a mess. There were dozens of military trucks full of masked men. Newbie, stop. This place is hell. I was going to take Seoun and Subin here if the place was safe, but it seems impossible. Viri, rummage, rummage. First, I packed the necessary things from the basket I brought. A yellow mask that can cover my entire face. Check. Wireless earphones and connections. If I want to contact Seoun in case we're apart, I have to bring this. Check. The guns. If I went with my original plan, the machine gun would be too much, so I only took the small handguns with me. For the time being. Having things packed quickly, I looked outside the hotel for a while and then moved back to my room. I moved so hurriedly that the action only happened in less than a minute. Coming back quickly, I handed over the items to Seoun, who looked anxious, and Subin, who quietly looked into the market. Now, take your handguns first. Subin, you probably already know how to use it. Seoun, I taught you last time, right? The outside is still a mess and full of people screaming. We will get caught if we stay here for too long. So let's explain to them quickly. It seems like there's a terrorist attack outside. Armed cars are just going around the road. Helicopters are flying, and it's not fine. So, I want you guys to stick with me from now on. First, let's pretend we're hostages. They nodded at my words. I don't know who the hell it is, but which bastard dared to wake me up? I cannot forgive you. He'll be on the first floor. Huh. I wanted to live a normal life. I grasped my gun. Oh, this cool, heavy sense. It's been 2 months. It's time to go back to being the villain egoistic. Dae-in, why are you posing in this situation? Seoun's absurd gaze made me feel awkward, so I put the gun deep in my pocket. Fortunately, I only wore black sweatpants when I went to bed, so there was no problem putting them in my pocket. Imagine how embarrassing I would be if I wore fur pajamas with sky blue clouds on it. I packed my guns, put the earphones on, and put my mask deep inside my pants. Yeah, the preparations are done. Well, let's go now. As I turned my head to them, they followed me with a nod. As we got out of our room, everything was a mess. The pottery is broken and the sprinklers are working. It's crazy. What are you doing? Move faster, faster. The assailants were holding guns and yelling at people. Oh, yes, yes. I'm going. I walked aside, pretending to laugh slightly. If you don't hurry. Ugh. The gun held by the person who kept talking was manipulated with my telekinesis and hit his nose with the gun stock. The man collapsed. You were too talkative. Fortunately, no one noticed it since it was chaotic. The hostages seemed to be out of their minds. Of course they would be. Who would have thought that they would be dragged out in their pansy while sleeping at a hotel? Various people, including men, women, family members, and bald men, were being dragged away. Isn't this what a red bean cracker is like at night? I arrived in front of the elevator as I was moving around the corridor, blending in with other hostages. Now, go down the stairs. Quick, quick. These guys were pushing people down the narrow stairs. This is the 27th floor, and they are asking us to take the stairs. Seriously? I clenched my teeth at the cruelty of the cold-blooded bastards. It's not enough to wake a sleeping person up. Now, they're making people go rock climbing? I'm going to kill you all. We cannot go down there. I whispered to both of them on my side. Hold tight, and teleported casually and gently. It's a bit. It may be a little tiring, but I have no choice. How can I go down the stairs step by step? I don't think anyone saw us disappear. If someone saw it, they would think that they saw it wrong. At the lobby of the hotel, this place where a few hours ago calm classical music was played and people talked in an antique way, suddenly became the atmosphere of Jigalki Market Star. *TN, Korea's largest seafood market, which is always crowded and noisy. In this place that is as huge as a cathedral, people sat tightly like bean sprouts. Meanwhile, masked terrorists patrol with guns. At this late night, people should have ended their day peacefully in this hotel, but instead, it has turned into a horrible and chaotic end. And they piled up a bunch of chairs, which were scattered all over the lobby, like a tower at the front door. The chairs were turned back to the door to prevent anyone from getting inside as a barricade. And in the middle of the piled-up chairs, only one luxurious chair was placed, and a man sitting with his legs crossed in the middle of the chair tower. A-class villain, Monkey Spanner. The man was sitting with a cigar in his mouth, fiddling his twisted beard on both sides, as if he were a pirate king. "Did you gather all the hostages?" He chewed on the cigar and asked the staff at the bottom of the chair tower. The staff shouted in a voice full of spirit, "Yes, all the people from 30 floors. We've secured them down here." "Okay, all right." The man sat fiddling his beard for a long time, but soon got up from his seat. His huge muscles wriggled as soon as he got up. As he began to stand up, the masked cameraman hurriedly set up the set. In this huge and crowded place, in this crowded lobby, people were holding their breath, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of that man getting up from his seat. Soon, he raised up his heavy body and shouted at to the camera, "I'm informing the association and the government." Speaking heavily, he immediately took a breath and shouted loudly, "Right here, we're holding thousands of hostages. If you don't deposit the money into the account that I'm about to tell you now, I'm going to kill everyone. My account number is 1002-." While he was shouting out loud like that's all, suddenly, amidst those hushed hostages, some clapping began to be heard. Clap, 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 clap. In this quiet space, except for his scream, it was so weird to hear someone clapping hands. Even Monkey Spanner, who was broadcasting live, paused while talking. The place suddenly became quiet. Only the clapping sound could be heard. The nearby citizens turned their heads with astonishment and horror to search for the madman who was clapping. I rose quietly from my seat, receiving those glances. I continued clapping. An aggro needs to be done like this. A place where countless people gather in fear. So many people are gathered here, and it's surprising how quiet the place can be. Shaking hostages, terrorists with guns, and even the one standing majestically on the chair tower. At this moment, everyone was quiet. A man who rose from the crowd was clapping. Clap, 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 clap. It's different from those sloppy, imitating claps. I even studied with all my heart to see how I can make a loud clapping sound. It sounded so loud for one person to make it. It was so loud that it caught everyone's attention. Just like that, everyone looked at the man clapping in a quiet place. The leader of this terrorist attack, and also the A-list villain, Monkey Spanner. He spoke up. "What's with that crazy guy?" Just like his words. With the terrorists with guns opening their eyes wide, as if they would shoot at anything. Suddenly standing up and making an aggro. Only a crazy guy would do that. Moreover, with that strange look from his face, they would definitely have that thought about him. The man who appears in a mask covering his entire face. Bright yellow. Or is it a little orange? Anyway, an unbalanced yellow mask. Even the mask had a little smile on its eyes, and the star under its eyes made him look like a clown. In his grotesque appearance, the terrorists, and even the veteran villain Monkey Spanner, who had gone through all sorts of hardships, had no choice but to stop what they're doing. First, he gave him a signal asking him to turn off his camera with his eyes. There's nothing good about broadcasting live an outbreak situation. Who is Monkey Spanner? His ability is actually insignificant. Weak power. Well, his powers can be easily deduced by his explosive muscles, which can be hidden behind his clothes. However, Monkey Spanner, unlike other villains with similar abilities, has been designated as A-class villain by the association, although he is weak. It's quite unusual, no matter how high the association gives the villain rank over the hero. The reason why he received such a high rank is because of his outstanding organizational skills. No one knows how he could gather hundreds of underlings working under him, like Slash. Along with the so-called Jumping Monkey Club, they spent time underground in Korea, robbing banks and selling drugs. One day, the boss Monkey Spanner suddenly led his men to Mexico to enjoy bigger stuff. Those who left curiously to invade the Mexican drug cartel were beaten by the cartel. There are now more than 100 subordinates who used to command hundreds of people. The money he earned from the terrorist attacks was also wasted. The one who trudged back to his hometown, feeling that it would be ruined if he did it like this, he did a trick. After pulling money from a large-scale terrorist attack in Korea, he will go to Mexico one more time. He stowed away at Busan port and looked for an opportunity. As soon as he returned, he was going to do it without thinking, but the plan was ruined because of some Legos tick or something who did terrorist attacks in Seoul before him. Terrorism is all about aggro, and the government would pay less attention to his terrorism when someone is dragging it first. Less attention will also reduce the amount of money that he can get. And he's been waiting for the opportunity, and they always say victory comes with patience. The best opportunity has come. Shadow Walker, the ruler of darkness, is down. For the first time in history, it means that terrorism can be carried out at night. And the veteran Monkey Spanner were faster than anyone and began a terrorist attack. To sum up, although he was crushed in Mexico, Monkey Spanner was basically a quick-witted villain with hundreds of underlings. And his intuition, which developed over the years, concluded that the guy in that mask is unusual now. What the hell are you doing? He bought some time, as he said. If no one in this world had superpowers, he would have just finished him with a shot. But he had no idea what superpower that guy had, so he had to be cautious. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The number of people with superpowers is rarer than winning the first prize in the lottery. The winner of the lottery comes out every week. It's rare to pop out of this many people. However, who is Monkey Spanner? He has been persistent in maintaining his power, even among numerous heroes with superpowers. He believed that this ideal could be easily overcome by his own power. Yet, asterisk, what the hell are you doing? The guy standing on the chair tower yelled at me. If someone asks who you are, it's human nature to let them know. Standing nonchalantly, I shrugged my shoulders and spoke up. My name is... I suddenly paused. Wait, I shouldn't tell him that I'm Ego's Tick, right? It's a little awkward to say this myself, but I'm quite a celebrity in Korea. I'm a man whose face has been on the news 5 or 6 times already. Of course, even without the news, I did do the live videos about my terrorism from the beginning. Anyway, there's nothing good about revealing my name here. As soon as I say my name, I'll realize I can use psychokinesis and teleport. So I had to make a U-turn to say my name. My name is none of your business. Let's just say I'm a passerby. I said it with a sly smile. His face crumpled up when he heard me. Judging from my relaxed attitude and calm way of speaking, I guess he thinks that I'm an unexpected powerhouse. Well, if it was me, I would be confused if someone with a mask like a clown appeared and satirized me. And this is my trick. Make the other person overestimate me. The strong catch the opponent lower his guard and then catch him off guard, but the way the weakling fights is a little different. The weak should inflate themselves and make themselves look more confident than they can. Only then can the opponent be wary and take as much time as he is wary. That's why I made an aggro with a round of applause a while ago. To be honest, I don't know who that Monkey Spanner or something is. I mean, I only know Stardust and the nemesis I fought in Seoul. I don't know what happens in Busan down here. The North Sea Ice Girl must probably take care of everything. I mean, I barely found out because I secretly searched for his ability earlier. He's a weak guy. His power is a bit confusing. He can run to me and fold my spine in half. I can dodge by teleporting, but the problem is my attack. The power itself means strengthening her body that most guns and bombs don't scratch. As I don't have a special striker team, it's hard to deal with. I don't know if the poison gas will work because my intestines are strong. If the poison gas is exploded here, I'll be exterminated. So, let's do what can be done first. Step, step. I moved the crowd and kept going forward. To his chair tower. No one was holding me back. Other masked petty men pointed guns at me because Monkey Spanner, who was sitting on the chair tower, blocked them with his hand. No one would know what would happen if they shoot me. Eventually, I came under his chair tower, looked up at him, and spoke up while mocking him. Oh my, I heard something funny happen here, so I led my heavy body all the way here. I guess it was nothing but a joke from someone. All you can do is stick your butt there. You bald head. At my sudden verbal abuse and provocation, he was genuinely angry. Hey, this isn't safe. I'll make you regret it. After watching the situation until the end, he got down from the top of the tower and jumped at me. Besides being angry, He must have realized that it would not be very good to look down on so many people and his underlings like that. But the moment he jumped on me and stepped on where I wasn't there already. He probably didn't know about my teleportation ability. Just before he noticed, I was already sitting cross-legged on top of the chair tower which he was sitting on. It's really sloppy. I yawned up there, looking down at him, and flicking my fingers quietly as if I were bored. At the same time, the gun carried by his underlings came out of their hands and floated into the air. The guns were pointed to the other side at the same time. I took their guns out in a flash and turned them towards their owners who were holding them a moment ago. The bullet fired. Aowawa. Blood splashing. Dozens of terrorists in a moment. In such a short time, even before anyone could notice. All at once, died instantly. Phew. There's no one filming this with a camera, right? I think the association will promote me to Class S right away if they see this. Apart from that, I've used up all the spark power I've been stockpiling for months with just one. Oh, why is my ability so poor? They say that when a person experiences something too shocking, his or her head would be paralyzed in an instant. Now, that's exactly what the A-class villain Monkey Spanner was like. As much as he has lived, he has fought numerous awakenings. He has never been an S-class hero, but he still fought with A-class a few times, and he could easily escape from them. No matter how powerful the opponent was, since Monkey Spanner always moved with the majority, it was not easy to kill him, even for the heroes. Particularly, except for some exceptions, they were only overpowering the villains without shooting them, so it was rather easy to get out. In other words, Monkey Spanner may have been defeated, but he has never been through anything like this. He has never. His underlings. They are practically colleagues who spent time with him in the same difficulty. When he asked them to go to Mexico, everyone followed him. Of course, he lost quite a lot of people there, but that's why the remaining are the best ones. They are. Right now, in just a moment, Monkey Spanner looked around him. The hostages certainly were sitting, and his underlings were standing and pointing guns at them. There was no one standing. What happened? He jumped down to crush that masked man. The moment he jumped down, he wasn't there anymore. And before he knew it, the guy was sitting on the chair where he sat in the first place. He flicked his fingers like he was bored. Instantly, the gun his men were holding flew up, before anyone comes to their senses. At the same time, bang, 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 bang. Dozens of guns fired at once. The hostages scream. Blood splattered all over the place. No one from his underlings stood there anymore. The hostages were panicked by the sudden shooting and the terrorists who collapsed in their direction. Monkey Spanner, who saw it happening at the moment, also got panicked. There were so many of them. All of them. They're all dead in vain like this. This is real? Aowawa. Only when he heard the screaming hostages did he realize that it was reality. With his fleeting eyes, he blankly stood there and stared at his underlings' bodies as if he was trying to deny the reality. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. On a mountain of chairs, there the guy sat. Even though he cannot see the guy's expression after the mask, he can feel his energy somehow. The guy had killed his men, who had been with him for many years, and that man was picking his ears with his hands, as if he was just removing some bothersome fly. Effortlessly, he was just showing an annoyed attitude. Monkey Spanner finally realized, oh, that man wasn't a hero. He killed people like killing insects. That guy, he was a villain, just like himself. And even when his head stiffened in shock, he came up with something. That ability that the man used to move behind his back in an instant was teleportation. And the ability to manipulate and exterminate his men's guns was telekinesis. Only one villain in Korea has both teleportation and telekinesis. The villain of the week who caused 3 major terrorist attacks. Ego's Tick. Yeah, the guy with that name. Frankly, Monkey Spanner didn't care much about Ego's Tick. But he didn't like the fact that some guy with a funny name kept causing something at the time of his terrorist activities and stealing the attention of the public. He was a little interested when he found out that the guy was a double-powered rarity. But he cut off his attention as the association said that his telekinesis and teleportation skills looked pretty weak. He has heard rumors that the guy had killed 3 villains, but it's none of his business, right? There's no way he would be killed by such a weakling. And all that matters now. He felt his body tremble slightly. That damn association. That association which he wouldn't feel good enough even if he burnt them alive. How is that supposed to be a weak telekinesis? He's weak, but he can control things of that many people at once? And why is this guy in Busan? Then for a moment, a thought crossed his mind. So far, that guy has been killing other villains. He hunted them down. For no reason. What if he became the target this time? What if the guy was after him from the beginning? What if the guy knew he was going to cause terrorism today? He became horrified. That guy is hiding his powers. He doesn't know why the guy is wearing that funny yellow mask, not the usual one. He's in danger. He doesn't know what else the guy is hiding. Monkey Spanner sensed something by his instinct. Perhaps this is the biggest crisis of his life. He can get new underlings as many as he wants as long as he's alive. Firstly, he has to crush that guy and survive. So when he's trying to put his brain to work, above his sparkling head came the disappointed voice of that egoistic guy. Is this all you got? He sounded so arrogant, as if it was boring to him. As Monkey Spanner heard him, he felt a drop of sweat running behind his neck. Egoistic. What the hell is he thinking behind that mask? I looked at the horrors I caused. The armed robbers, who stood in between the hostages, were lying in blood. And the hostages were screaming. What a mess. Watching the panicked hostages screaming and shivering at the sudden situation, I smiled helplessly behind the mask. In the distance, I can also see shiny silver hair. Is it Sion? I squinted my eyes and tried to look. She seemed to be watching me while standing next to Subin without getting scared. Okay, that's a relief too. Taking advantage of the telekinesis that I've been using so far, I've killed all those miscellaneous soldiers at once. Holding up their guns and bang. It was easy for someone as weak as me to shoot. Even if the guns are heavy, they aren't that heavy to me. Well, but they were pretty heavy, and I even manipulated dozens of them at once. I think it was almost 100. How did I do that? Even though I did it, I was also surprised at myself. Maybe I have a hidden power that I didn't even know. Turns out I'm also improving like Stardust. Am I the main character too? Is the egoistic comic going to be released? Well, that's what I wanted, but I don't think it's going to happen. Because I cannot move at all right now. It was good until I sat down on a chair, crossed my legs, and flicked my fingers. It's like I'm a transcendent. Was this how Thanos felt when he gathered all the stones? But the important thing was after that. Everything went well as I flew up their guns and shot them perfectly. But unlike other powerful men, my telekinesis is rubbish. I used up all my energy by doing that one thing. So right now, I cannot even lift a finger. Gosh, this is a big deal. Honestly, I think I can move again after a few more minutes, but now I'm on the battlefield. Every second is a battle that determines the outcome of a fight. What if my body suddenly stiffens for a few minutes? I mean, I know that my powers were crap, but I didn't know they were this bad. Seriously, it was good to kill those common soldiers with just a flick of finger, but the problem is afterward. How do I kill that monkey dance king, or whatever he is? Honestly, it's true that the things that I've done until now were half because of my impulsiveness. I mean, they woke up people and put guns to their heads. And I have to stay still? I have to teach them a lesson when I can, right? I need to set an example so that they stop being ridiculous. But now I'm all worn out. What should I do? But the good thing is that he seems to be very nervous. Yeah, I think I'd also be a little scared if my men were killed with a flick in front of my eyes. It's funny how a bald old man who has a mustache grew out of his nose got scared of me. Wait, maybe I can get out of this situation. I'm the only one who knows that I'm losing my strength. So there's a possibility that this situation can be overcome with bravado and deception. Yeah, I had a plan. First of all, I will take care of those common soldiers who seem likely to cause unexpected behavior. Then I will continue enduring while fighting with that monkey spanner. Until when? Until another hero comes. Honestly, I didn't want to be in this situation. Monkey Spanner, he's never been involved with Stardust. But it doesn't matter. I don't care as long as he doesn't stand in the way of Stardust. But since I pulled the trigger first, I only scared him a bit. I'm the type who wouldn't let it slide easily. If I get hit once, you have to hit back 10 times. In that sense, I can say that killing his subordinates at once showed him a spicy taste. Then now, let's hang in there until I recover and a hero comes. Since it's Busan, North Sea Ice Girl is probably going to come soon. Although, I'm a bit sad that Shadow Walker cannot come. Is this all you got? I randomly spoke up. Let's go without honorifics. The important thing is bluffing, dominating, and triggering the opponent to make them feel anxious and think that I'm better than them. Yeah, that monkey spanner is trembling. I knew it. Now, let's open up a hell of a trap. Did you say you're monkey spanner? I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer this question, I'll tediously let it slide. When I started to let out some words. Thump. Suddenly, I heard something exploding from the door of that hotel. What is this all of a sudden? Hiya. Then a woman with sky blue hair came in with a tremendous shout. Oh, she's North Sea Ice Girl. She came really fast, though. But suddenly, at the same time, it's dark inside the lobby. Suddenly, the whole town was covered in shadow, and something rose from the floor. That dark black hair. That's Shadow Walker. Wait, isn't he in a coma? Why is he here? Then, someone flew from somewhere. Wait, an all-star battle all of a sudden. What the? The person with blonde hair flew from the exploded wall. Stardust? No, why are you here too? Monkey Spanner. Tell your men to put their guns down and surrender. You're surrounded. She suddenly appeared, shouting loudly somewhere. And what she could see was... Monkey Spanner's men were already drowning in blood. Monkey Spanner was standing in an awkward position, and I was looking down at everyone with my legs crossed with a mask on my face on top of the chair tower. Gosh, fuck it. This has become a mess. All right, let's put together the situation. First of all, my plan was like this. I will scold that monkey tap dance because he made me angry. To do that, I will create an aggro while he films a live, threatening video. If he gets panicked and stops filming, I will try to provoke him and piss him off. Finally, I will squeeze out the last bit of my telekinesis and kill his men with one shot. Then he'll think I'm super strong and be wary, eliminating them with a flick of the fingers. I'm scared of what's going to happen if I flick my fingers twice. Usually, I would teleport right after that. I was going to grab Sion and Sub in after saying some mint like, "Oh, it's boring. There's nothing to see here," and stuff. It's nice to act like you don't want to fight with a common criminal. Honestly, I was going to get my car, leave the chaotic Busan behind, and go back to Seoul. However, there was a setback in the plan. No, I think it's a little too much for this telekinesis or whatever it is. I thought that I could do it, but I couldn't do this much. I've had a feeling since I flicked my fingers and manipulated using my telekinesis. What kind of feeling? A feeling that I would be doomed. And at this moment, I cannot move. Tada! So I changed my plan. It's the plan B of Ego's tick. Getting out of the hell's trap. Pretending to be a black screen, scaring the opponent with my words as if I could kill them with just a hand gesture. I'm hanging in there. Until when? Until the hero comes. The North Sea Ice Girl will probably come, and it will take some time for her to come. Until then, the key is to keep Monkey Spanner's feet tied. It was like that. Oh my. Tada! The North Sea Ice Girl is finally here, with Shadow Walker and Stardust. Fuck, what the hell is this? Monkey Spanner. Tell your men to put their guns down and surrender. You're surrounded. Stardust's loud voice echoed in the spacious hotel lobby. It was a pleasant experience for a fan to actually hear her voice, which I could only see in the comic books. I feel like I'm watching a live-action movie. Yeah, but it'd be better if it weren't for now, right? I will say it one more time. Put the gun down, and Stardust's voice that was so loud. Gradually it decreased, because no matter how much she looks around, there were no armed robbers with guns. She cannot hide her expression of wonder at the unexpected situation. The North Sea Ice Girl who came in with her also looked confused. Of course they would. I suppressed the armed robbers, and they're now lying on the ground. Monkey Spanner is on the verge of escape. Eek. Ugh. In a situation that is getting even messier, he tried to escape first, but was suppressed by Shadow Walker. No matter how weak I am right now, I can still catch you, you know. Shadow Walker climbed on top of Monkey Spanner before he knew it, suppressed him with the shadow. Thanks to that, Monkey Spanner was rolling on the ground like he was doing nothing. His hands, feet, and mouth are all shadowed. He was curiously terrorizing with his men, but in just a few minutes, he lost all his men and even himself was arrested. No matter how much Monkey Spanner flies and crawls freely, He cannot win over Shadow Walker once the night comes. That's for sure. But of course, Shadow Walker's condition seems to be a little bad right now. He's stumbling. Of course, that's not the point. Even though it looks weird, he easily overpowered Monkey Spanner. Seeing Monkey Spanner was crushed by a weakened Shadow Walker and had his head stuck on the ground. Poor thing. I feel sorry for him. If I do something wrong, I would be like that too. The eyes of Shadow Walker, who suppressed the Monkey Spanner, turned to me. Gosh, of course, he has no choice but to look at me. A stranger sitting cross-legged on top of a chair tower. North Sea Ice Girl and Stardust did the same. North Sea Ice Girl is puzzled by me. Stardust looks a little nervous. Well, come to think of it, they haven't found out that I'm Ego's tick yet, right? The situation is over and they raided the scene, so they don't even know what happened. I turn off the live broadcast even before that Mongo Spanner could appear. Crucially, the mask is different. I usually used to wear the half-gray mask, now a yellow mask that covers my entire face. Shadow Walker, who succeeded in suppressing the Monkey Spanner, looked up at me with a quizzical look on his face as if he was questioning, "What's wrong with that guy?" Looking up at me, a tired-looking Shadow Walker opened his mouth. "Who are you?" "We came to take Monkey Spanner." Speaking so far, he looked around. Dozens of armed terrorists who were somehow lying bloodied, and Monkey Spanner was standing in an awkward position. I was there looking down at him with my legs crossed. A person would have noticed right here with his common sense. The fact that I'm the one who finished them all. Then they're questioning in their heads now. Who is that guy? It's too much to be called a hero. Because I killed everyone. Looking at the arrogant cross-legged, tucked chin up, and sitting there wearing a mask. I look just like a villain. But what if they see me as a villain? I stopped the terrorist attack. I was confronted by Monkey Spanner. I'm a hero just by looking at my actions. Probably because they have never seen a hero wearing a mask like that. North Sea Ice Girl and Stardust's suspicious gaze. And the eyes of the Shadow Walker, who seems to be trying to see through me. And I'm having a hard time flicking a finger right now. What the? Why are all the A-class heroes in Korea gathered here? Is Monkey Spanner the kind of person they all need to deal with? He's not. And why do all three of us suddenly come together when I'm the most helpless right now? Guys, stop looking at me. I'm going to lose your face. A desperate crisis. My head started to turn faster than ever. I could see Seoun and Subin looking at me from afar with anxious eyes. I cannot see it because it's too far, but wouldn't they have that expression? Don't worry, trust me. This difficulty can be dealt with. Firstly, my physical strength. First of all, my goal. Teleport and take those two to the car. We'll take off fast. I only need to teleport with that distance. It's not far. If I were fine now, I would have taken off right away. But the problem is that I'm not okay. A few minutes. Just give me a few more minutes, and I think I can get away. I don't know how my body will be ruined after it flicks, but just a few more minutes anyway. And I'm a great villain to create those minutes in this crisis. How many hero movies have I seen so far? I can do it. Those three who are still looking at me. What was the question? Oh, they asked who I was. I have to answer well here. Saying I'm Ego's tick is suicide. The three of them will just jump in and beat me up. And then my body and mind will be very painful. So it will absolutely not work. My purpose is to stall time. To stall, I shouldn't let them attack me on the way. To do that, I have to fake my identity. They don't know me, so I should take advantage of that. The way they see me like they have never seen a man wearing a yellow mango mask who killed so many terrorists in a mysterious way. I have to threaten them here. I have to send a fake camera. Sitting high above, arrogantly looking down at everyone, I slowly open my mouth. Don't show any nervousness. Leisurely, as if I was telling the truth. Did you ask? I'm an S-class hero. Yeah, the best joke here is to lie about heroes. I should go with a hero concept that they don't know, not roughly working in Korea. Yeah, but what should my hero's name be? I never thought about it. Yeah, anything that looks cool, abstract, metaphorical. First of all, in the end, I was in a hurry, so I said what came to my mind without filtering. I'm an S-class hero, Apple Mango. Oh fuck. I spit out with an arrogant and serious voice the word Apple Mango. The atmosphere around me suddenly became chilly at that word. Three of them looked at me strangely as they heard the word Apple Mango. Gosh, this is all because of those commuters. The comments are saying Mango Stick, Mango Dan, and my brain is contaminated, you crazy people. I even thought it was mango-colored when I saw the mask earlier, so I think that's why I spit out such crazy words. I'm finally going crazy. But what if I'm the S-class hero of the next country who speaks Korean well? I can make that face with a person's name. You know, Stardust frowned at my attitude as if I had just answered the question of name. Apple Mango? We've never heard of an S-class hero with that name. Sharp point. No, it's not really sharp either. Of course, she hasn't heard of it. I just made that up. But these three heroes don't let it slide. As a top-notch villain, I have the cheek to go out in this situation. In a serious and heavy voice as much as possible. In an arrogant voice, I spoke up. Of course, because I'm doing this secretly. Koreans may not know. The secrets of ego. What do you guys know? Do you have proof? Anyway, I'm a hero. I put a sheet of iron on my face and decided to go out shamelessly. I said, in a heavy, serious voice again, to sound loud and far. You guys, I've heard of it. Shadow Walker, North Icicle, and Stardust. But aren't you all A-class heroes? The difference between a senior and a junior is like heaven and earth, so use honorifics when everyone talks to me. I'm a villain who cannot even move right now, with three heroes who can crush me with their fingers. That's what I said, brazenly. I'm a Class S, speak formally. The three of them look at me with their faces as if they were dumbfounded by my sudden sentence. Whether or not, I was just going out brazenly. Use honorifics, please. Isn't this the country of courteous people in the East? North Sea Ice woman who asked me back absurdly. What did you say? You just talked to me informally. Speak formally. I don't know anymore. Fuck. Let's try and stop them. So that night in the lobby of a hotel in Busan, a crazy party was about to take place. Let's go to the third verse together. There's an old saying, even if you go into a tiger's den, you live if you come to your senses. If you fall down in the tiger's den and cry, you'll just be a tiger's lunch set. This means that there's a chance that you can escape successfully if you come up with an escape route. It's still like that now. What if I cry as I'm surrounded by three A-class heroes? They'll just be beaten up and dragged away. However, if you come to your senses here, you can go back alive. A relationship between subordinates and superiors resulting from the difference in information each other has. I decided to take advantage of it. I know them, but they don't know me. This is very important. It's the main point that can help me stay alive. Looking at the current situation, all the terrorists were killed, and the leader was easily overpowered by Shadow Walker. I's hands, feet, and lips are stuck on the ground like a mummy. Everything is fine, but the problem is me. A madman who seems to have killed everyone except for Monkey Spanner. One interesting thing about this is, they cannot touch me carelessly. They don't know who I am yet. They don't know my power yet. Looking at the terrorists who have collapsed, they can only guess that I'm very strong. But they don't know how strong I am. And this unknown guy can cause fear. What if I'm much stronger than they think? What if I could get rid of all these seats by flicking my fingers? There are also hostages here. If I get twisted and suddenly try to kill the hostages, it's a big deal. They don't even know if I'm a hero or a villain or just a nutcase. The conclusion is, they cannot touch me yet. They don't know exactly what I'm capable of, and I have hostages. That's why I can do this. That's what I'm saying. People these days are so rude. In my days, when heroes ranked higher than myself passed by, I had to bend my waist at 90 degrees to greet them. That's all about social life and manners. But then, these little ones looked up at me with their eyes wide open. Oh God, although I'm working overseas right now, if I say I'm an S-class hero, you have to use honorifics right away. Why are you talking informally to me? Excuse me. As I was talking nonsense, Stardust, who was listening, interrupted me and spoke up. I just got a call from the association, and they don't have an S-class hero named Apple Mango overseas. Who are you? When did she contact the association? Right, they all have earphones directly connected to the president of the association. A first-class villain doesn't get panicked by this kind of stuff. Can I move my hands now? Oh, I can now. Now that my hands are moving. I just need to hold out a little longer, then I will teleport. Clenching my fist, I banged it on the armrest and spoke up. A first-class villain must shake the spirit of his listeners. Once again, I took the risk. I've never seen such a rude fellow. Of course, they don't know because they're hiding my identity. Do you think my personal information will be leaked? You have so many doubts. And your association president, you know? I ate, drank, and even went to the sauna with the president. The expressions of the three of them were strange when they heard it. Well, did I go overboard? Come to think of it, I don't think I'd go to the sauna with the president of the association, right? The president of the association will deny it in the first place. Even if I was just throwing out words, they don't make any sense. I added hastily to sort things out. Oh, and do you know? The president's name is Park Juno, right? That's his new name. His previous name was Park Makshun. Our Makshun has been whining all the time because he doesn't like his name, so he changed it secretly. So cute, so cute. Stardust, who was listening to me, heard something from her earphones and flinched. Yeah, they didn't expect that I would know this, did they? It's an useless TMI in the original comic, but I didn't expect it'd be useful in this situation. Anyway, I changed the topic and bought a little more time by revealing the president's name before he changed it. Good. But only after a while, North Sea Ice Girl immediately spoke up. I mean, what do we trust you? How can we believe that you're an S-class hero without any proof? Sir? Because you look like a villain to me. She doubted me. Gosh, she listened to me? What a nice girl. Stardust and Shadow Walker didn't even listen to me. They're like, let's see how far this guy can go. They're looking at me like some old man watching his grandkids' talent show. I know that my brain is not working, so you guys don't have to look at me like that. And you were right. Fuck, when you cannot think straight, you have to move first. First move makes victory. It means you will win if you get serious first. Villain? Me? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I suddenly laughed like a madman in this quiet space. Just a moment ago, I was planning to say something serious, so I'm expecting to give off a creepy feeling. And then, right here, I suddenly stopped laughing. I was laughing while looking up, and suddenly I lowered my head. Raise my head again, lower my voice. I said quietly, as if I were telling the obvious. If I were a villain, you all would be dead here. My words go down like a proclamation, with my hands on my face. Fuck. It was a little cheesy, but I held it in. The hostages were nervous about the sudden threat. Stardust and North Sea Ice Girl also changed their pose, so that they can fight to protect the hostages. And Shadow Walker, he's just spacing out. He doesn't seem to have any thoughts. Well, he won't die at night, so I guess he has nothing to worry about. As if the atmosphere up until just now seemed like a lie, this place became a flashpoint. When everyone swallows their saliva and tenses up their bodies, preparing for a battle that could happen at any time. I burst into a laugh and flicked my hand. Haha, it's a joke. I was kidding. I wouldn't threaten my juniors. Just relax. The two of them haven't come to their senses yet, because I changed the atmosphere all of a sudden. Usually, when you want to make someone's brain stop working, you have to spin them around and make them confused. At that time, Shadow Walker, who was staring at me blankly, whispered quietly into his earphones. Why don't we just attack? I don't think the three of us will lose anyway. Let's knock him down and think later. If he's a real hero, we can apologize then. Hey, you brat. I can hear every word of yours. Hearing what Shadow Walker said through earphones, North Sea Ice Girl nodded excitedly, and Stardust shook her head. Maybe she's worried that the hostages might get involved. Gosh, you're my only one, Stardust. I frantically pretended not to hear. No. I'll be in big trouble if I act like I heard him. If I don't do anything after hearing that, my arrogant S-class hero concept will collapse. But what if I get angry and start a fight? No, it's not going to be a fight either. If I fight them in rage, I'll be assaulted and dragged in 5 seconds. I cannot let that happen. But honestly, I'm already gaining power again. It took quite a while. All right, now I have to quickly escape. Let's take off. But before I go, since I've decided on the hero concept, shall I say what I want to say before going? Ahem. I quickly coughed and said what to say while the attention was focused on me. Anyway, it was nice to see our junior heroes. You guys were a bit rude, but if I may give you advice as a senior, don't run away when you encounter threats and just fight back. Don't back down no matter how big dash. Challenging hardships where it seems like you guys cannot win. Don't back down. You guys are heroes. If heroes don't run away, definitely, we will win. Catastrophe? Disaster? It's all meaningless. If there's a will, if you guys have the will, it'll be very easy to get over it. As I turned my head saying the last word, I looked at Stardust. When our eyes met, she startled. Shivered? Is she still doubting whether I'm a hero or not while listening to my advice? It's rather good. Or she might just think of me as a moron. TSK. And what's better is that I've got my strength back. Well, it's time to say goodbye. In other words, it's time to escape. Well, I've done my job. I'm going to leave now. Goodbye. Adios. I waved at them and teleported. When I disappeared, they looked confused. I don't think they're confused. It's probably just my thought, right? Either way, I was already standing behind Seoun and Subin. And then I grabbed them and teleported back to the car. We moved so fast that no one would have seen it. Probably. Thump. I finally teleported to the car. But at the end, the three of us came rolling in the car. I'm sorry. I'm all out of energy. Ugh. Doin, are you okay? No. I feel like dying. I'm actually going to die. I'm about to lose consciousness. I'm about to pass out for at least a week now. I'm fucked. Before I collapsed, I left my last wish. Last message. Ugh. Seoun, erase all the hotel records right now. CCTV and the entry list. If we get caught, we'll be doomed. Okay. Lying down in the back seat, I handed over the laptop I had moved earlier to Seoun and Subin. Please drive up to Seoul quickly. It's a mess right now because of the terrorist attack, so we can sneak out. Hurry. The association's soldiers cannot have thoroughly defended their surroundings. It will be a mess. I cursed at them while reading the original comic, but they could be a big help in this kind of situation. Thank you. Why, yes. Subin grabbed the steering wheel in a hurry. Yeah, I've done my job. Now I'm losing consciousness. There are no fatigue recovery capsules or anything now. In a word, I'm fucked. I'm going to sleep. Then, my consciousness, which was pushed to the limit after saying that, was eventually cut off. The last thing I thought about while falling asleep was... Still, the concept of the S-Class hero, Apple Mango, passed without being caught. I didn't expect this unexpected effect could buy us some time. Yeah, now I can sleep without any worries. Today's entertainment show. Yes, what are we going to look at this time? Yes, today's topic is the self-proclaimed S-Class hero, Apple Mango. Oh, the hero's name is Apple Mango? It's very affectionate. That's right. He's a person who's been heating up the internet lately. Let's take a look. 2 women disappeared from TV, and another video soon was shown. Someone must have secretly filmed it with a smartphone. Someone sitting on a tower of chairs was talking. The voice from that guy in a yellow mask. Did you ask who I am? I'm an S-Class hero, Apple Mango. His words echoed in a haughty voice. The video was cut off there, and the 2 women came out again. Yes. Did he refer to himself as Apple Mango? Yes, that's right. During the last Busan signature hotel terrorist attack, he oppressed the terrorists faster than any other heroes. After that, when 3 other heroes came, this was what he said. Yes, but I heard he said something weird afterwards. Oh, let's also listen to it. The screen changes again. It's the same as before. It continued the yellow-masked man's words. But aren't you all A-class heroes? The difference between a senior and a junior is like heaven and earth. So use honorifics when everyone talks to me. Yes, it's very impressive. What does he mean? Use honorifics. That's right. As many people see, you can see that the heroes are a little lost in his sudden remarks. After that, he continued his strange behaviors. I ate, drank, and went to a sauna with your president. Is this true? It's likely not true. Since then, he has left suddenly, giving a variety of strange remarks and unexpected advice to his junior heroes. Yes, it's such an odd thing. Is that why he's now the center of attention? Of course, it's not just this. There are many reasons. Let's take a look. Bigger numbers on the screen. There was a big text in the caption. Self-proclaimed S-Class hero, Apple Mango. Actually, he's the villain Ego's Tick. Oh, what is this about? Literally, the netizens found a lot of evidence that he the one self-proclaimed as a hero, was actually Ego's tick. Let's take a look. The video comes out as the screen changes again. The resolution is much worse than before. In a sneaking video, the terrorists were seen falling down by a sudden burst of gunshots. The first evidence is his telekinesis. Apple Mango showed guns floating in the air, which is perfectly similar to Egostic's ability. That's not all. Another video. There was an image of Apple Mango, who disappeared from his seat in an instant after speaking. As you can see, he also used teleportation. This also perfectly matches with Ego's tick. Among them, the ability itself is extremely rare, and you can see that the ability of the two overlaps completely. Wow, that's what we call it these days. You cannot deny the fact, right? That's not the end. When we did the video analysis, Ego's tick and Apple Mango are almost identical in body shape as well. Let's listen to his voice. Yes, the first terrorist attack of Ego's tick. This is the voice of the ship terrorist attack. After listening to your speech, everyone suddenly became united. Ha 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 ha. And this is the voice of Apple Mango. Villain? Me? Ha 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 ha. What do you think? They're exactly the same. Yes, many people pointed out the similarity in their voices. They've been arguing that they were exactly the same. At this point, we can be sure that Apple Mango is Ego's tick, right? Yes, the association hasn't given us an official statement yet, but it's now established that Apple Mango is Ego's tick. Mango Dan Egostic's fan club is excited that Ego's tick recognized their nickname, Mango. Mango Union. Apple Mango. Isn't this enough to reveal who he really is? That's right. So some people finally expressed their position as a strong welcome, as Ego's tick abandoned villain cosplay and try to transfer to a hero. The association even filed a petition to officially recognize the S-Class hero, Apple Mango. I see, but it's hard to explain this popularity with just that. The second reason why Apple Mango is so hot. Let's find out together. Once again on the screen, the big number 2. The caption below is Ego's tick and his relationship with the association. What is it? The relationship between Ego's tick and association. What does this mean? Literally, Apple Mango mentioned the name of the association president before he changed his name. So let's listen together. Do you know this? The president's name is Park Juno, right? That's a new name. His original name is Park Mak-shun. Mak-shun, you've been whining all the time because you don't like your name, but you changed it secretly. This is very new. There's an argument that the name of the president of the association has been changed. He changed his name from Park Mak-shun to Park Juno. The association denied it for now. He said that the name of the president of the association is a groundless rumor. Netizens don't believe it. It is true that the association is not commenting on just that position, and given the reactions of the heroes. It's fascinating. If that story is true, how does Apple Mango, or Ego's tick, know that? That's a hot topic among netizens right now. In the first place, it is argued that the name of the president does not remain in the computerized information, so it is not a fact that can be known except for family and old friends in general. So how the hell does he know that? An old acquaintance of the real president of the association? So there are some conspiracy theories about this. In fact, Ego's tick was really an S-Class hero in the past, but it means that he has been at odds with the association since then and became a villain. It's a rumor that hasn't been confirmed at all, but it's a pretty interesting story. In fact, this conspiracy theory explains that 3 A-Class heroes missed Apple Mango, right? In fact, it could be interpreted that they let go because he's a senior. That's right. We'll find out about this later. Yes, I see. So what's the third story about the last Apple Mango? Yes, this is the third story. The accompanying subtitles. 3. What is the ability of an Ego's tick? It's about the ability of Ego's tick. What is this? It's about what you showed me this time. So far, the association and experts have speculated that Egostic's telekinesis and teleportation are quite weak. It's also commonly known that dual-powered people are much weaker than single-powered people. But you mean he's not? That's right. The act of holding guns with his telekinesis that you show me this time. This is a very difficult technique. Until now, It seemed like no one could do it with the ability that Ego's Tick showed, but he did it this time. The same goes for teleportation. Oh, how did he stay in Busan when he was always active in Seoul? That's right. At the moment of the terror attack, it suddenly appeared. Based on this, there is a story that he can actually teleport from Seoul to Busan. It's very interesting. Does that mean that Ego's Tick has been hiding his power so far? Maybe he is. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but Ego Tick. It doesn't seem to change that he will be the center of the conversation in Korea for a while. Ego's Tick. This is why attention is focused more on his future steps. She just turned off the TV she was watching. Press it hard. The TV turned off when she pressed the remote control. The empty black screen showed Shin Haru's face. She looked very complicated on the TV screen. Ego's Tick. Ego's Tick. That Ego's Tick. She lay tired on the sofa, pressing her eyes and acupressure. A few days after the incident at the hotel was already known throughout the countrywide, and about Ego's Tick. In fact, she was already convinced that apple mango or something was Ego's Tick. No, she's sure she noticed it before anyone else at all, right? She's one of the few people that already saw Ego's Tick in person. As much as she was, her feelings were complicated. As she continued the investigation into the recent events of Ego's Tick, she didn't expect to see him again because of this incident. Suspicions that have been around since the last time. And until this time, she had no choice but to admit it. Recently, something has begun to spring up in her mind. Ego's Tick. Is this guy really a villain? So, can he be defined as a villain? Honestly, even from before, Shin Haru was suspicious of Ego's Tick. Yeah, after the plane attack, to be exact. His phone call to her was the decisive trigger. He believes in her. He said she could stop the plane. What villain would say that to a hero? Can she call him a villain? It has been since then. Stardust personally investigated on Ego's Tick. He caused 3 attacks in total. A ship, a train, an airplane. 0 casualties in all. Perhaps this was also a coincidence, as the so-called Stardust Union, which supports Stardust herself, claimed that Ego's Tick was intended to kill, but Stardust blocked it all. That's why there were no casualties, they said. But what others don't know, she knows. Ego's Tick caused the plane terrorist attack last time. No one was killed or injured. In fact, when the plane crashed and broke down, he contacted her to save it. In other words, this made her wonder. Even the previous terrorist attacks, maybe Ego's Tick had something set up? In fact, isn't all terrorism designed to prevent deaths? And the question that comes up here is this. Let's assume, if it wasn't for the purpose of causing casualties or demanding money and valuables, why'd he do that? Why'd he plan the attack? The most common answer is, because he's an attention seeker. Because he's crazy. He's out of his mind. Yeah, that's the most common answer. But she wondered, is it the only reason? Of course, she doesn't really deny that. He's a little crazy. But her intuition is whispering to her. There's more to it. She doesn't think that's simply the whole reason. So she looked into it. Things that have changed since the attacks. She read newspapers, the National Statistical Office, and articles. That's how she figured it out. Explosive inspections have been checked in the vehicles. Cybersecurity of various companies, including the government and broadcasting companies, has been improved, and the crime rate of villains has decreased. From the beginning, Ego's Tick himself dealt with 3 villains. Because villains won't be active when other villains are active, the rate of terrorism has decreased during Ego's Tick period. But these are too far-fetched to say, did Ego's Tick intend them? As it is comfortable, they cannot escape criticism that it is fitting in favor of Ego's Tick. In fact, Mangoed and Egostic's fan club justified his terror with a similar logic as above. In fact, there's one thing she feels the most out of all the changes caused by the Ego's Tick. She's gained much more power. She's gotten a lot stronger. Press. She clenched her fist, blocking the train and stopping the plane. Through these 2 things, her power grew unrecognizably stronger. The association has already considered promotion to S-Class. Of course, the promotion is very tricky. It is judged by the International Hero Association, not the Hero Association of Korea, so it's not easy getting promoted. And there's no one ever gone from Class A to Class S before. So it's a great thing to talk about. Her strength. She grew stronger than ever before. More than anyone else. And who should she attribute this to? That egoistic guy? Gosh, what am I even saying? That's not true. Just luckily, things worked out so well that it happened. Is egoistic the one who knew that Stardust was becoming more capable in a crisis and started terrorizing her to build up her strength? Man, what kind of delusion is that? She just laughed it off as she thought it was a ridiculous thought. Yes, Miss Stardust, you did a good job. In a way I never imagined. I didn't expect to save everyone in that way. It's your victory. So come forward, clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because it's you. It's ridiculous, even though she doesn't know what he knows and believes that she can grow her ability. When she thinks back to what he said before, she feels uneasy. I'm sure it was some villain saying. It's even his own terrorism. How come what he said cannot get out of her head? She flung her head over her thoughts. It's just delusions of grandeur. And egoistic, this guy wasn't just a terrorist in the first place. He shot 3 villains dead, including his followers who caused the attacks. He killed quite a few, removing villains without hesitation. Private sanctions. They see him as an anti-hero because he's good at talking. Killing people without proper laws is just murder. But she turned her eyes away from the screen and looked at the laptop. What she was looking at, the data, she had obtained security clearance from the president of the association. Although it is said to be confidential, that only the top security personnel and only the president of the association can see it, it is a file that has been ripped from the president of the association. Secrets that have barely been approved, insisting on the right to know, emphasizing that they are A-class heroes. When she asked why he didn't tell the heroes and shared it only within the association, she only received a ridiculous answer that he couldn't help it because of security. TSK. He thought of us as hounds or something. Anyway, this material succeeded in exploiting. This is a summary of the villains of Class S to B. Materials that say Class 1 classified on the site. She searched there for villains that egoistic has dealt with so far. His real name is John Jayhuk, an S-class villain. Sorcerer. After killing 8 people, he was caught trying to conjure them up as a sacrifice. The danger is that his limits of magic are unknown. Class 2 confidential information. The earthquake on March 20th, 24 was caused by him, but it was declared a natural disaster after devastating records. Asterisk, as long as there is enough sacrifice, it can cause any disaster, so is designated as S-class. Heroes from the International Hero Association are also being searched. Don't say anything to domestic heroes except /immediate shootings /command. Processed by A-class villain egoistic. In addition, she learned one thing from other villains that egoistic shot, including Rhino and Teleporter. The villains he actively killed had something in common, that even those who have not caused any problems so far had the ability to cause large-scale disasters someday. FYI, she planned to look at how egoistic was recorded in that data, but she couldn't because there was Class O classified information that no one could see except for the president of the association or the council of the International Association. The only answer to the president of the association is that he doesn't know because it is designated by the League of Nations above him. Something was off, but she fell for it. The important thing is the egoistic. From the way he behaves, it's hard to call him a villain. They are villains when it comes to committing massive terrorism. But there was a lot of ambiguity in his moves. There were many strange things, such as killing followers and stopping Crocodile Man, not to mention suspicious terrorism that never resulted in casualties. And that's what this Apple Mango thing is all about, adding confidence to her suspicions. Apple Mango. As a matter of fact, she noticed that he was egoistic as soon as she saw him. How can she not recognize when his voice, height, and behavior are the same? Of course, she's the only one who's seen egoistic in person, so the other two don't seem to have noticed it. He even called himself Apple Mango in the first place. He didn't seem to be trying to hide his identity. But the important thing was, why was he there? The previous incident was intended in the first place. The plan was to deliberately leak information to the media that Shadow Walker has collapsed after they heard information that there would be a massive airstrike in Busan. It was planned to suppress terrorism safely with Shadow Walker, who is good at interpersonal warfare, as there are probably many hostages. Apple Mango is all ready. Well, Egostick took care of the common soldiers, so there was no particular opportunity to step up. Egostick had left his seat talking nonsense to the end. Should she have attacked and caught him on the spot? Okay, she had no choice but to admit it. Her suspicions about Egostick became a kind of certainty. Why did a villain save people from the spot? He's a madman himself, but if she follows everything he's done so far, as netizens say, he is also seen as a hero pretending to be a villain. Then, he should be a hero or an anti-hero. Why did he cause terrorism? Is he painting a big picture that everyone, including her, doesn't really know? In fact, he's just doing what he's up to, and maybe she's doing an enlarged interpretation. But highly developed intuition, in itself, is a rational inference. She's been suspicious. With this Apple Mango incident, the suspicion is almost certain. Egostick is not just a villain. Never a hero, but nevertheless. It's ambiguous to say that he's an enemy, and he's not an ally, but he's helping them as a result. She suspects this guy is making a big deal out of something. Stardust had no choice but to. She didn't sleep well that day. What the hell is this Egostick guy up to? Is he actually on our side? No, that's definitely not the case. What if he's the real hero wearing a villain costume? What are you saying, Haru? You're finally crazy. She couldn't sleep with such complicated thoughts. In the next terrorist attack he's going to cause, he's determined to identify himself. But why did he call himself Apple Mango? Is there a hidden meaning behind this? I'm fucked. Why did you say Apple Mango? Tell me, Doin. You pretended to hate mango so much, but did you actually like the nickname? Please be quiet. Please. I'm feeling so embarrassed that I want to bury myself. In an underground basement in Seoul, in one out of many rooms at this place. In the conference room, I sat with my arms folded and a serious look on my face. Turning my back against the blackboard that read the 6th Egostick regular meeting, I spoke up. We need to clearly set our action steps for the future. Not all of us, probably only you. You made up that Apple Mango all of a sudden. Seo-eun, if you bring it up one more time, I won't talk for a week. I'll be in the room alone and have the door closed. And I'm going to cry. You make a grown man cry with your words. Isn't it such a horrible and terrible thing to do? All right, I cannot even joke around. Of course, I know my Seo-eun is just worried about me. I was touched to see your tears when I woke up after a week. Aya, I cannot hear you. Hurry up and continue your meeting or something. Before starting, I stopped Seo-eun from teasing me first. She's been teasing me about the Apple Mango thingy since I woke up. She has to be restrained. Well, anyway, we must set our action steps clearly. I sighed deeply. Like last time, I tried to stop that monkey spanner or something, but that accident happened. I think I've forgotten my identity for a moment. I'm not a hero. I'm a villain. Well, I'm sorry, Dian. I think most people these days see you as a hero. Your fan cafe already has 20 reasons why Egostick is a hero. Oh, I gulped. Yeah, I've been neglecting these days. My identity as a villain is becoming increasingly blurred. Then, there's only one answer to it. What is it? I'm gonna hide under the rock. Seo-eun and Subin looked stunned as they heard me talking about hiding. They gave me a stare as if they were wondering how I came to such conclusion. I explained to them one by one. Human beings are like pots. Even if you're interested in something, it'll cool down if you don't mention it for a while. And everyone forgets. I mean, you're gonna make people forget you? Yeah, for a while. Seo-eun looked uncomfortable at my words. Well, even though Seo-eun always said she was tired whenever we planned an attack, she was the most excited. Subin asked about my declaration. Then in the meantime, what should we do? That's right. If the purpose is to keep out of the public, does that mean we aren't going to catch any villains either? I nodded to affirm. That's right. Although that's what I told Seo-eun and Subin, they're the real reason. I've already done so much. Most of the villains in the beginning of the original comic were killed, and all of the people who were awake in the second half of the current work were killed in advance. Just eliminating in Zodiac and Teleport alone is considered a lot of work. Also, the terrorist attacks. At some point, Stardust already gained more power compared to the beginning of the comic. I think it's around the middle part of the comic. The plane crash was supposed to happen in the middle part. On top of that, Stardust's popularity also rose, which was one of the minor purposes of my terrorism. Stardust Union is a fan club that didn't exist in the original. I don't know who made it, but isn't it such a good name? Then what are you going to do while you're resting? Are you going to keep running your Stardust Fan Cafe? Sion asks me with a cold expression. Huh? Icha? What are you talking about? Aren't you the manager of that Stardust Union's Fan Cafe, or something? Looking at Sion staring at me, I suddenly felt a cold sweat flowing. I am not. Doin. I can even hack into government agencies. Do you think I cannot get information from a portal site? Huh. I mean, even so, I didn't think that you would do something like that. Well, I coughed up the situation. That's not the point. Actually, we've been running nonstop all this time, right? So you also need to take a break for a while. Think of it as a vacation. So, really, you're not going to work for a while and you're resting for real? Except sometimes when I have to have some chit-chat. Well, all right. Only then did Sioun get convinced. Gosh, only taking a break. But why do I feel like I just got permission from her? Anyway, that's how we went into hiding. People, please forget me. Just because I don't do any activities, that doesn't mean I just enjoy playing. Since it's a difficult time, we need to plan our future schedule in advance. In my room, deep under the basement, looking at the blackboard on the wall there, I was thinking, I'm relieved for now. In the beginning, all the annoying villains were subdued. Now the rest of them are the ones who will collapse with Stardust Fist, so it's not something I should worry about. I can just watch it while eating popcorn on TV, so I have nothing to worry about. Stardust's ability has also been greatly improved, so I can say that she'll be reliable for a while. There's no need for me to step up. For the main event, we don't really have any. There won't be a big accident for a while. Of course, there will be a real big incident in a few months, but it will be prevented then. It means we're going to be fine for half a year. What should I do in the meantime? First, I remember my goal. The goal is to make Stardust walk only on flower roads. And finally, to survive to the end. It's very peaceful now. Of course, there's one major terrorist attack every month, but it's still very peaceful. After a few more years, the damage of the power balance spills out all sorts of crazy villains. Despite the fact that there will be full of villains, the only real heroes left will be Stardust and North Sea Ice Girl. So of course they won't be able to cover it all. Things become a mess. If the world becomes so hideous, I, a vulnerable villain, will be decapitated while walking down the street. That's terrible. I cannot let that happen. What can I do to stop that? Apparently villains will pour out later, which means there are people who are not villains yet, but potential villains. Yes, Sioun is the representative one. In the original work, she breaks down the administrative system, paralyzes the government, and even robs the association. She's no longer a villain because I collected her before she could become bad. So the conclusion is, before those who are not villains yet become villains, I have to stop them, and I'll put them to use. Everyone's got great talent. Just look at Sioun right now. Without her, I couldn't do anything, even the terrorist attacks. There's a reason why I collected Sioun first in this world. I looked at the date. Yeah, now we're no different from any siblings. I roughly made a plan. There's only one thing I dream of. Embracing all the villains of the future, creating a huge union of villains. I think we can name it Ego Squad. Sound good? Having made a roughly satisfactory conclusion, I erased everything written on the blackboard and sat down. If I want to survive this damn comic where the power balance is collapsing, I have to at least do this, right? Phew. I was going to take a break, but I cannot rest properly. I just turn on the laptop in my seat. I use my brain too much. I need to heal. I naturally entered the Stardust Fan Cafe that I bookmarked. The photo of the main page of the cafe popped up as soon as I got in. I can see Stardust's face behind the written words Stardust Union. Yeah, what's the point of hiding? I made this cafe. I mean, who can stop me from fanboying over my favorite character from my favorite comic? I was forced to leave the real world where I was living well and kidnapped here, so I think I deserve some small happiness. Well, who am I even talking to? I pressed on one of the categories. Stardust Best Cut is a collection of pictures of Stardust. Yeah, this is it. When Stardust saves the citizens, What should the citizens do? Run away? Of course they have to run away, but it's still okay to take a few pictures on the way. They even filmed some videos. As expected, she's pretty. If they ever make a live-action movie from this comic, it would still be hard to find the right one, even when they casted more than 10 million actresses. So I scrolled through Stardust pictures for a while to heal my exhausted mind. Yeah, this is enough for me. FYI, we also held a competition in the cafe with our own money. The prettiest Stardust photo contest. Stardust doesn't only deal with A-class villains like me every day. She deals with a lot of poor brats, such as Class B and C. So at times like that, people can take a picture of her. After saving all the photos from numerous posts that came up for the competition, I closed my laptop. I took enough rest. What should I do now? Oh, let's write a diary. I took out my notebook from the depths of the bookcase. This is my diary. I even put a lock on it in case Seoun or Subin sees it. This diary is a record of what happened from the first day I came into this world. These diaries are essential when dealing with villains later, so I'm writing them down in advance. It's a bit embarrassing to write a diary at this age. Well, even if it's a diary, I'm only writing down the events and feelings I've been through, so that I can remember it again later. Maybe no one else will read this diary except me, right? After I finished writing my diary, I lay down on my back. Now, I should have some fun again, right? I started to have some fun again. It's nice to have a break from doing the terrorist attacks. I wonder if Stardust feels relieved since I haven't caused any incidents these days. Shinharu. She had a plan. Her plan is to reveal what he's hiding the next time she sees Egostick. But why is he so quiet these days? Since the last hotel incident, Egostick has never appeared. It's been 3 months. It's not like him. Shinharu was feeling a little nervous without herself knowing. Where's the Egostick? Title: I'm holding my breath until Mango Stick comes. Breathe in. Equals comments equals. Oh, you're only writing it out, right? Sir? Looking at the coffin. This user is dead. Please take it down, happy face. The user who posted this is already dead. Asterisk. Title: My life has definitely changed ever since Mango Stick went into hiding. When I turn on the broadcast, even if I'm in a bad mood, I'll get better while watching Apple Mango. I'll laugh while watching the Mango Stick mad. Life is just depressing after Mango Stick disappeared, no matter how happy things happen. How many days has it been since I haven't turned on Mango Stick's broadcast alone in the shower? It's been 93 days since Mango Stick has had a live broadcast. I'm so sad that I feel like crying. I think this is why people say that Mango completes a person. Sad face comments equals. Sir, you're seriously addicted to Mango Stick. It's sad that there's no Mango Stick's Mad movie on my YouTube main feed. I missed the time when the radio wave was stolen and Egostick turned on his live broadcast. Asterisk. Title: Where's Mango Stick? Come back, come back. 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 Grinding. 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 Equals comments equals. Fuck, that's so damn scary. What are you doing? Ha ha ha. Another one that was broken by Mango Stick. What do you mean by grinding? I guess the user is biting nails. So crazy. Asterisk. Title: Alright, Mango Stick. You keep on hiding. Ha 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 ha. If I suicide, you'll have to stop. Ha 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 ha. Equals comments equals. You're finally going crazy. I'm seeing this again. Yeah, try to kill yourself. It's been a long time since dozens of people killed themselves. I think I'll hide even harder after seeing this. Okay, kill yourself. It's okay if he goes hiding. Fuck. Asterisk. Title: It's been a while since Mango Stick came back. Photo of the user holding an ice mango stick. I'm eating it deliciously. He. Equals comments equals. You eat mango stick? This is a bit erotic. You brat, you punk. Ego's Tick belongs to Stardust. Arrest this bad guy. Arrested to the basement of Ego's Tick. How did you find out? Mango Stick. Manager, please block him. What? I'm innocent. Sigh. Shinharu just let out a sigh while looking at Egostick's fan cafe. Recently, she joined the cafe because she thought she might find out where the quiet Ego's Tick is, but all the popular articles are meaningless. 3 months. The time is neither long nor short, but it's a mystery that Ego Tick, who had caused incidents every few weeks and months, disappeared for 3 months. Of course, thanks to that, it's more peaceful than before. Of course, other villains have often terrorized, but a few punches solve the problem. They're ridiculous compared to Ego's Tick, who sank ships and crashed planes. Honestly, these days are pretty peaceful and calm. But it's ominous. That's right. Like the silence before a typhoon, she feels anxious that something terrible will happen after this silence. It's a horrible feeling as she doesn't know what he can prepare during these 3 months. Even when she takes college classes, even when she studies at a cafe with my senior, even when she rests at home, even when she is choking other villains, the dreary feeling that something lingers deep in her heart. The next time they meet, it's easy for her to know that she should prepare beforehand to deal with what he plans, what he aims for, but there's nothing she can do if he doesn't show up. She shared this uneasy feeling with her friend, Icicle. Gosh, Haru, you're worried too much. He might just want to take a break. Does he only have his meals and cause terrorism every day? Don't worry. That was the only answer she could receive. Huh, yeah, I don't really have to care about him for now. It's better if he doesn't show up. It'd be great if he never shows up forever. As she was having that thought, her intuition whispered to herself. Really? Okay, let's admit it. Even if he disappears, she still hopes she can still find out what he has in mind before disappearing for good. Why did you kill the other villains? Why did you tell me to save people? If so, why did you cause the terrorist attacks? Are you a hero cosplaying a villain? Or a villain cosplaying? Then, the office where she was sitting burst open. Stardust. Yes. When the door suddenly opened while she was quietly lost in thought, she startled and chewed her tongue. Only then did Shin Haru realize that she was not in the cafe now. After the college exam, the rest of her day is sitting in her office at the Hero Association. Then the reason that staff ran to her is there another case? Yes, some villains are causing terrorism in Meipo-gu right now. Really? Who's the villain? She asked with slight anticipation, but the answer was disappointing. It's his first time, and he calls himself Rock Bottom. Oh, okay. Without knowing why she felt disappointed, she stood up to change into her suit. I'll be right there. But even at that moment of dispatch, she had no choice but to question. Ego Tick, what the hell is he doing now? At the Ego base deep underground in Seoul. In that place, I was super busy. Oh, it's Stardust. I rushed to the TV grabbing some microwave popcorn. Phew, it hasn't started yet. Yes, we're in Meipo-gu, Seoul. The smoke that you can see behind me now is the scene of the terrorist attack caused by villain Rock Bottom. Right at this moment, Stardust is here. On the screen, a guy in a rock figure was breaking the building, and then Stardust flew down from the air. A battle. It's a battle. I watched with excitement, pouring popcorn into my mouth. Rock Bottom, an ignorant villain whose body is made of rock. He doesn't cause any casualties. Stardust can KO him at once, so I didn't really need to step up. Oh, what they're showing on the news is the fierce battle between Stardust and Rock Bottom. I'm sure I'm just watching the emergency news on terrestrial channels, but it feels like I'm watching a hero movie from the past. The CG is so realistic. Oh, yes, she broke it. Stardust broke Rock Bottom's arm. It's shattered. Rock Bottom, what are you going to do now? The reporter who explains the battle in an interesting way, as if he were a sports reporter. On the screen, the camera was trying hard to follow the thrilling battle. I drank a sip of the Coke next to me and focused on it. It's a thrilling match, more than a fierce battle. I think Stardust is beating that Rock Bottom one-sided. In the comic, it seemed like a fierce battle. Did I go to hard on improving Stardust's power? She's winning overwhelmingly. It's like she is beating a rock, so the sound from the TV is no different from the ASMR of the construction site. As I ate a piece of popcorn and drank a sip of cola while watching TV, I could feel the buzz behind me. I looked back and saw Seo-eun with a slightly sulky expression on her face. Seo-eun, you're here? Do you want some popcorn? I mumbled the popcorn in my mouth and handed her the bucket. Seo-eun paused a little bit and soon took a handful of popcorn while letting out a sigh. Do-in, are you watching Stardust again? No. More than that, I watch their fights. Watching fights is the most fun thing to do. You've never watched icicle-suppressing terrorism live like this. Well, her fights are boring. Seo-eun sat next to me with a smirk. Soon the fight was over. Rock Bottom became a rag, while Stardust standing majestically on him. That's so cool. 20 out of 10. Everyone, our hero, Stardust, has knocked out the wicked villain. A commanding piece of music came up with the excited voice from the reporter. Isn't this the music that comes out when you win a gold medal at the Olympics? It was a great battle anyway, I applauded. As expected, it's fun no matter how many times I watch her. It's thrilling. It seemed like Seo-eun next to me was looking at me with cold eyes, but I probably just thought too much. I accessed a Stardust fan cafe that I bookmarked on my phone. Yeah, she slays ha 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 ha. Stardust, is she a god? 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 Dust GIF. Link to the fan cam of today's fight. It's not a big deal for our Dust to clean up a villain. Members of our Stardust Union were also enjoying this pleasure. Is there no YouTube video yet? I'm also thinking of making a video. While I was thinking of a title that began with Japan jumped up and down, the United States admired, someone next to me asked, Do-in, it's already been 3 months since you took a break. Don't you have to start doing something? She suddenly asked. When I turned my head and looked at her, Seo-eun was fiddling with her hair. I mean, we seem to have had fun for a long time already, so I thought we should get to work again. Seo-eun, were you a workaholic? As she asked, shyly looking down, I thought of schedule. It's already close to the date, and those guys in the original comic will soon appear. After finishing the calculation roughly, I told Seo-eun, yeah, we can work on something now. Let's go active again. Really? Suddenly, I smiled awkwardly as I saw Seo-eun's face glowing up. Okay, Seo-eun, although we're going to work again. I don't think it's something that you're expecting. Healer. It refers to a person who has the ability to heal wounds that can often be seen in games. There was also a woman with healing powers in this comic, Stardust, which I fell into. Healing, even though it sounds like a hero's skill. Unfortunately, she was a villain. I cannot say it's reliable to have a healer on our side, but when she's on the other side, it's crazy and makes people jump up. She beat them to the point where they couldn't move for months at least, but somehow they crawled and ran away, recovered in a day, and came back with another terrorist attack. Our Stardust wondered how the hell they would get back so soon. And as it turned out later, this was all because of a female villain called X-Saint who healed the villains. The main culprit in the second half of the original comic raises the difficulty of catching tough villains. I just need to deal with her, and then those in the second half will be handled easily. So, I have to take her in. So, there's a girl who's going to be a villain who treats villains later on? Yeah, wouldn't it be so reliable to have one? Huh, you're not really going to tell me how you know about her? Is she just a delusion, or do you just look into the future? Seo-eun, you're still a kid, so you'll know when you become an adult. Well, phew. Anyway, I got it. So where is she now, and what is she doing? What is she doing? I heard that she's pickpocketing in some alley. What? Seo-eun suddenly looked at me as if she had heard something absurd. How should I explain this? I heard that she's a high school student. Seo-eun looked even more shocked at my words. How do I explain this? Lee Ha-yeol. She has lived as an orphan since she was very young. Her little brother and her were being bullied when they were in the orphanage and scratched a living. The director of the orphanage learned about her ability. Her top-level healing ability is able to save almost dying people to live. Normally, it's right to report it to the association right away. But the evil head of the orphanage hid her, and they tried to sell Lee Ha-yeol to the rich people. She planned on a real human trafficking. However, Lee Ha-yeol, who noticed it, escaped from the orphanage, stabbing the mad head director who knows her secret. So she wanders in the alley with her brother. They're living a subsistence life of stealing or pickpocketing. Then one day, her brother was beaten to death by terrorists in front of her eyes. Because of the shock, she eventually turns evil. It's all because of this world that she became like this. It's because of the association that didn't recognize and help them, and because of the government. After living a tough life, she eventually joined the Villain Alliance and helped the villains to participate in the project of taking South Korea down. She's very similar to Seo-eun. She resents the world and eventually tries to destroy it. Anyway, the bottom line is I'm going to pick her up and make her my team. She's the right choice as the first member of the Egoistic Villain Alliance. If I put them together one by one, wouldn't I be able to have almost all the villains under my hands in the future? Well, I don't really think so. I don't really need all of them, but taking her in is urgent. Of course, the problem is that the kid basically distrusts humans because of what she went through in the orphanage, so she won't accept me easily. If I just come to her and say, I'll give you money, give me your loyalty, then I would be eating some knives. But wouldn't it be possible to do something like the suspension bridge effect? Actually, I'll do everything, so you have nothing to worry about. I'm even more worried when you say that. Seo-eun gave me a disapproving look. There's nothing to worry about. I'm already confident that this method will work. Seo-eun, because I used this method to get close to you. Anyway, that's how I ended up standing here now. In the evening, somewhere in the alley where there's no CCTVs. As I remember, she would be active at this hour. When I was wandering from place to place in the alley, I got a call from Seo-eun with the earphones that I plugged in. Do-in, there's a girl watching you hiding in the alley at 2 o'clock. I think it's her. Bingo. My current outfit is black, and I don't even have a mask on. I'm walking in a slightly silly but rich style. I'm dressed up like a pushover. Well, I'm walking slowly. The girl is finally running from over there. She ran towards me, and she smacked me as if it was a mistake. I was hit on the shoulder by a teenage girl. Who knew that the prideful egoistic would be living like this? What a pity. So the girl just snapped and disappeared into the darkness. Finally, when the girl was out of sight, I put my hand in my pocket. It was empty. My wallet is gone. As expected. Good. It's going according to the plan. Behind the dark back alley, I smirked. What are you doing there? Come home now. All right. Since I threw the bait, you just have to bite it now. Huff, huff. Lee Hai-yo. She kept running. A successful pickpocket after a long time. After running and running until the guy couldn't find her, she soon came a long way to the place and caught her breath. After reaching a safe place, she took out the wallet she stole from the man with trembling hands. A wallet embroidered with an ES on the outside. She opened it carefully, and there's something in there. $100? It was a $100 bill. This is a lot of money. People carry cards these days, so they don't really have cash with them. With this money, I think I can buy Cha-Yun something other than ramen. Mumbling quietly to herself, she soon walked home with a slight smile. Of course, she was a little sorry for the person who lost money because of her, but I have no other choice. They have no money, ability, or identity, so they have no choice but to live like this, and they try to comfort themselves. Of course, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Hi-yo, you're home. Entering the shabby shanty town, her brother welcomed her. Heading inside with a bitter smile, she said to her brother, I made some money today. Let's buy something delicious. Really? Wow. He's still an elementary school student, so he's pretty clumsy at expressing his emotions. She smiled unconsciously at him. Yes, even if she cannot eat, I have to feed him well. Patting her brother on the head, she sighed. She can endure this today and tomorrow. But what should she do next? Like the Dark Knight, her heart was blackened. Title: When is Mango Stick coming back? I'm cold. Sad face comments equals. Found the user frozen to death. This comment has been deleted. What was it? I couldn't see it because it was deleted. To be exact, sorry, I'm busy these days. So just wait for a few more weeks. Why does it say it doesn't exist when I click on a comment account? That's fucking scary. Is that comment for Mango Stick? No way. Ha ha. Asterisk. I've been playing like this because I'm bored these days. I go into my fan cafe to where people hang out and leave some comments. Of course, I erase it right after, but it's more fun than I thought. If Seo-eun finds out why I've been playing like this, I think she'll look at me as a pathetic person. Mm. I stopped playing and thought about my future plans. It's called wet clothes in the rain. This time, I let her take my wallet away. Next time, I will change clothes and let her take my wallet again. But it'll also be the wallet with yes initials on it. After stealing a few more times like that, she'll realize that she's been stealing the same person's wallets. That's how she'll realize the weird thing. Why do I stay still and let her bump into me even when I've been robbed of my wallet so many times? And at the same time, why does the money increase from $100 at first to $200, $300 the next times? That's how I'm going to appear in front of her house when she's in doubt. In fact, I knew I had been pickpocketed last time, and I tracked you down to catch you. However, when I saw you living with your brother despite the difficult situation, I was greatly impressed. I'll be your guardian if you don't mind. But even if I say so, she might not listen to me because of her deep-rooted distrust of humanity. She'll tell me to get out of there, and I'll walk away quietly and lonely. Then even though she threw me away, somehow I kept coming to her mind. She would think that I was after her own power, but I wasn't. And as she saw that I hadn't come back since I was chased away, honestly, was he really a good guy? She would think that to herself, and I guess that's when the accident will happen. The gang murder her brother. What if I step up and save him right before he dies? And if I ask to be their guardian one more time? Wouldn't they trust me completely and come under my wings then? Wow, perfect. Deep in the basement, I let out an evil laugh. Yeah, my plan is perfect. There's no way it would go wrong. One day, I was planning the next plan in my room while putting $200 in the wallet. Seon suddenly opened my door, rushed in, and shouted, "Go in. The gang or something just appeared. What should we do? How the hell are they already showing up?" Yeah, I have to admit it. I'm not a superhuman. Stardust was my favorite comic, and I read it dozens of times to memorize all the lines, but that's all. I cannot say I know everything about this world. Shit. I hurriedly packed the mask and the cape. Oh yeah, guns too. I have no choice now. Nothing's going to stop me now. I hurried out. Where did it go wrong? The biggest problem must be the lack of calculation about the time. I somehow know the year and season when X-Saint's brother died, but I didn't know the exact date. So I just made a plan by guessing. Wouldn't it have happened around this time? So, I think I made a mistake in the calculation. In this event where the terrorists kill Lee Ha-yeol and her brother, she turns bad. I thought this was going to happen roughly in a month from now, but why is it happening today? But it's too late to whine. If I don't beat them now, there will be no answers. I hurriedly changed my outfit and headed for where the incident was taking place. I hope it's not too late. Lee Ha-yeol. She was having the worst time at the moment. Oh, what should we do with these little kids? In her little shack. Although it's small and shabby, it's her and her brother's only home. Their precious home was filled with unwanted, uninvited guests. Hey, Magne Star, what do you want me to do? *TN, the youngest person in the group, the man who talks down to the others, was standing at the front. In the family of the two siblings, the men were standing there filling their house. Those who stormed into the house without taking off their shoes tied Lee Ha-yeol and her brother up so tight that there's no space for them to resist. They even put on tape to cover their mouths. The two of them are completely trapped by them. A muscular man with his head shaved and scars on his face. He spoke up. "Brother, is this little brat that tried to steal your wallet?" "Yeah, that's right. The man that they called Brother. A typical bully with blonde hair and wax and sunglasses." Their captain soon squatted down and looked at her and said, "This cute little kid, you were trying to steal my wallet without feeling scared." Her arms and legs are tied, and her mouth is covered with tape. Although she was unable to do anything, she desperately covered her younger brother with her body. Even in the worst situation, she insists on protecting her brother. And her will, even the terrorists could feel it. That bitch, she cherishes the little boy behind, right? Hey, get rid of her, get the kid at the back here. Yes, sir. HMPHHHH. HMPHHH. The strangers left behind her desperate resistance and brought out the boy behind her. What they picked up was a little boy shivering with tears. Sob, sob. Likewise, the boy was tied with a rope and taped on his mouth. He seems to be in elementary school. The terrorists smiled evilly at the trembling child. Among them, The person who was called the brother spoke up again. Hey, take the tape off his mouth. Yes. A bald man called the youngest, another mysterious man next to him, ripped the tape. Like this. A boy whose tape was ripped off, and who could speak. He groped his lips in a tearful voice. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. As he begged in a teary voice, the terrorists around him laughed. Look at this little thing. Should I save you? Should I not? Brother, let's just get rid of them both. Another wretch pretended to slit his throat with his hands. The boy's face turned pale when he saw it, and Lee Hyol below went crazy. HMPHHHH. HMPHHH. Hey, grab her. Yes. Yes. The other two men next to her grabbed her, who was going crazy. The man, who was called brother, spoke up with a fishy smile. Hey, you bitch. I guess he means a lot to you. As he said so, he took out a knife and put it on the child's neck. If you're guilty, you have to pay it back, right? Huh? Let's see. He looks like the younger one. HMPHH. HMPHHHH. Oh, I guess I'm right, because you're making a fuss. Please don't kill me. Yeah, well, should I spare your life? The brother smirked. At the same time, he raised his knife high. I'll spare your sister's life. You should die because of your sister's sin. Hey, he's dying because of you. Do you understand? Oomph, 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 oomph. Sob. Goodbye. The man's knife is ready to strike the child. At that moment, thump, thump, thump. Awa. Fuck, what the hell? The door of the house was smashed, and a great roar was heard. The man, who was about to strike the kid with the knife, put Lee Hyol's brother to the side and stood up. Who the fuck did this when we're having fun? Brother, I'll go check. So, the magne of the gang took her brother and went to the door. Which brat did this? The magne shouted out loud. As if there was nothing so frightening in the world, he strode. Bang! He was hit in the head by a sudden bullet. He collapsed right on the spot. Shit! Everyone, get your guns out. The youngest was shot. Suddenly, in a small room, they rushed out their guns from their pockets. Soon as they were ready to fight and holding their guns towards the door. Blink, blink. Suddenly, the light that was shining in the room began to turn on and off, on and off. What the hell? What is it? The flashing lights eventually went out. Inside the house, it was covered in darkness. They suddenly became blind. Gulping, they headed their guns toward the door. In a silent house that makes them feel horrified. All they could hear was her brother whimpering in the back. They're bracing themselves for a battle that could happen at any time. From the door, the sound of footsteps began to be heard. Everyone shoot! Suddenly, the leader of the gang screamed hysterically. At the moment they heard his command, everyone started to shoot no matter if they were standing or in any positions. Bang, 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 bang. The room was filled with gunfire in an instant. The shooting was loud enough to match the roar from before. The door was almost smashed and covered with dusty smoke. Ugh, is it over? One of the minions murmured. As he said, the light that was out of the room briefly turned on again. Blink. At that moment they saw black clothes and capes covering the whole body. A black magician's hat. And there was a man standing with a grin, wearing a mask covering half his face. They identified the man with a fleeting glance. That's definitely the villain who always appears in the news. The light that was on in a moment went out in an instant. They saw a strange-looking man standing still after all that shooting. The captain who saw it shouted hysterically, "Shoot!" In such a dark room, the shots rang out again. In a dark place where you cannot see not only your front, but also your side. Ugh! One of the men who used the gun shouted out a death throw and collapsed. Gun chul. Damn it! The leader gritted his teeth and striked his gun even further forward. However, as he continued to shoot, his men collapsed one by one with a scream. Soon the last of his men fell down. The sound of shooting the silent place was only coming from the gun he was holding. Ugh! Fool! He gritted his teeth and shot desperately. Click, click! No matter how many bullets his gun had fired out. Eventually, the gun ran out of bullets. Fuck! Then he grabbed the knife that he held a moment ago. He stumbled to the back. Fuck! Fuck off, you bastard! I said fuck off! He looked forward like a madman and whimpered. Blink! and the lights turned on completely again. The room is now full of blood. All the men who had been standing still and wondering if they should kill the siblings until just now were dead and lying around in the room. And in the middle of the misery, a man was standing quietly. He patted the blood on his black clothes with one hand and held only a pistol in his other hand. Fuck. Don't come near me, you brat. The leader, who screamed like crazy while striking the knife, stepped back to the opposite side of the man in black and soon found something. As soon as he found it, the leader picked it up faster than anyone else. Don't move. If you move, I'll kill him. He picked up Lee Ha-yeol's younger brother, who was on the floor tied up. The leader threatened the kid with the knife in his neck. And whether the threat was valid, the guy who was coming forward paused. Yeah, stay still, put the gun on the floor now. As he screamed like that, Ego's Tick quietly put the gun on the floor. When Ego's Tick put his gun down completely on the floor and stood up again, the leader's face brightened up for a moment. Fuck yeah, and then fuck. Before he's done talking, at the back of the Ego's Tick, a gun popped up out of nowhere. Before the leader noticed it, he fired in an instant. Off. A hole was put in his brow as he was talking so confidently. He collapsed on the spot, with the boy in his arms. All the terrorists who invaded Lee Ha-yeol's house died. Lee Ha-yeol on the side was being tied up with her mouth taped, her brother was sitting on the floor, and a black man was standing quietly. Behind him, the house was covered with blood. There's a horrible silence. No man, no girl, no child. No one said a thing. The girl was lying on the floor. She was about to do something. In this quiet house, her brother on the floor suddenly spoke up. "And Mango stick." His words totally didn't go with the atmosphere. I doubted my ears for a moment. In a house that I suddenly broke in and created a bloody scene. Lee Ha-yeol, who is lying down on the side, is looking at me like I'm a serial killer. This is not what I expected. At this moment, when I was thinking about how to get rid of this awkward situation, Lee Ha-yeol's younger brother, who I had never imagined would open his mouth first, spoke up. "You have to mention Mango stick all of a sudden here." I stared at her younger brother. His eyes were sparkling when he looked at me. Even though the surroundings are pretty bloody that I'm sure the elderly and pregnant women would be banned from watching. What should I do? I rushed to Lee Ha-yeol's house after I heard about the gang's attack. Damn it, why are they already making a fuss? I finally arrived at Lee Ha-yeol's house after running, writing different things, and even teleporting. Some noises could be heard from Shabby House, standing alone in the darkness. Huff, huff. After taking a breath, I eavesdropped from the door. They didn't set up any watchmen? Well, yeah, who would come to this shabby house at night? Even the thieves might just walk away after seeing this crumbling scene. Anyway, I heard something from inside. Please save me. Spare my life. Well, I guess I came on time. I'm glad he's not dead yet. If he died, it would be a mess. All I have to do now is find the right time to come in. So I want to wait in front of the door. After waiting for a while, the men finally were about to beat up Lee Ha-yeol's brother. Yeah, now's the time. I took out the bomb that I had prepared. Ego-styled bomb level 4. Threatening bomb. Thump. The door exploded with a loud roar. Of course, if I use a regular bomb on this shabby house, the door wouldn't be the only thing that blew up, so I had to choose a bomb with moderate force. What the fuck? I could hear them cursing from inside. How dare those brats curse at me in our first meeting? Well, these kids need to be educated. Brother, I'll go and take a look. I can hear some guys shouting from the inside. The first scapegoat. Adios, man. Who the hell are you? It's a pity that it's his last will. I shot him in the head in silence. A bullet in the head is good for your health. Probably? Fuck. Take out your guns. The youngest member got shot. Well, are we going to the full-pledged fight now? Let's start then. I manipulated and cut off the house fluorescent lamp with my telekinesis first. The atmosphere is important. And because this is my first fight during nighttime, I wanted to do it in a darkened atmosphere. I've never been out at night because of Shadow Walker. The atmosphere doesn't have any vibe during the day, but only the night can give off that intimidating feeling. I cut off the electricity. I could feel them nervous inside. No, I can actually see them getting nervous. The mask I wear has a built-in night vision. It feels like my mask is becoming a high-tech crystal, but it's probably just me. I'm the only one who thinks so. Anyway, I went inside to help them. A hysterical voice spoke up as soon as he heard footsteps. Shoot! And the bullets started flying madly towards me. Oh my, so scary. However, I haven't used my telekinesis for 3 months, you know. Well, I'm not saying that it got improved or anything like that, but I can easily flick their bullets away. I quietly flicked all the bullets. As I flicked them all, the bullets hit the wall of the shabby house, and dust began to fall off. I stayed still, holding my breath. One of them, who could not see an inch ahead in the dark and dust, muttered quietly, "Did you do it? Would you have done it?" I let go of the fluorescent light that I had fixed with my telekinesis for a while. What they saw after the light was on again. Peekaboo. Me. Shoot. They shouted. But instead, I shot and swept them away. At the last minute, a man who appears to be the leader took Lee Ha-yeol's brother as a hostage. I just simply took care of him with my telekinesis. Gosh, has he never seen me on the news? He didn't know that my power is telekinesis? I can't believe that I'm still not that famous yet. I need to work harder. Anyway, I was able to prevent the death of Lee Ha-yeol's younger brother in the nick of time. And now, the house is covered with blood. It looks almost like a gore horror movie. If they film this and sell it as a movie, kids under 19 will be banned from watching it no matter what. And they were both underage kids. Lee Ha-yeol looked at me in fear while her hands, feet, and mouth were tied tightly. Well, it seems like I gave her the worst first impression. She probably saw me as the killer who killed 5 people. I was just trying to help you. It wouldn't be strange if her elementary schooler look-alike younger brother fainted. Well, he didn't faint, but he's also looking at me with trembling eyes. I think he's afraid of me, too. Oh shit. First impressions are the most important thing. What should I do now? Should I just go with the horror mode? The moment when I was hesitating. From the front, Lee Ha-yeol's younger brother spoke up. And Mango Stick. To be honest, I had a slight brain freeze when I heard it. I was expecting Save Me to come out of them, but all of a sudden, looking at the child again, his eyes glistened at me. All right, here I realize. Maybe it was worth it. Back to the present. I released Lee Ha-yeol and her brother. Lee Ha-yeol seemed to be trying to resist something, but her brother was faster than her. And Mango Stick. I am a big fan. He looked at me with sparkling eyes. Ugh, stop it. It makes me feel bad looking at a child's innocent eyes. It's like a pool of blood behind me. How can he still be so bright? Ha-yeol, how did you raise him? His sister, Lee Ha-yeol, was already on alert hugging her brother. Hey, I think your brother is already into me. Are you here to save me? The kid spoke with his eyes sparkling. Yes, that's right. That's right, but if I say so here, it'll be a bit confusing. No. Actually, I'm here to catch you because your sister picked my wallet. Lee Ha-yeol's face turned pale in an instant. I quickly continued. But when I came here, there were some bullies running around. I don't like guys like that. You know what I mean? The kid nodded crazily at my words. Do you really understand? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's how it turned out. I looked around and sighed. Then I shrugged my shoulders and continued. Kids, you should just follow me first. It's nighttime and the gunshots rang, so we'll be in trouble if anyone comes and sees this tragedy. Lee Ha-yeol opened her mouth for the first time. How can we trust and follow you? Apparently, she's wary of me. Yeah, I understand why Lee Ha-yeol is acting like that. She can't trust humans easily now because of that director from the orphanage. Well, it's weird to follow the killer who killed 5 people that you just met, right? Anyway, since she said so, I have nothing else to say. I can't just threaten them to follow me. Of course, it's not going to be very appealing if I threaten them. I mean, it will be a negative element for long-term relationship development. This is why I was going to build up with my wallet all this time. It would have been a very difficult case. Well, there was one variable, a highly positive variable. Ha-yeol, what are you talking about? Ego Stick is such an amazing person. Her brother makes a sudden leap, saying so. He immediately began to address his sister about how great I was. I think 80% of the content is mixed with exaggeration and fabrication. I decided to stay still since it's going well. Instead, there was a problem that I was somehow embarrassed to hear compliments about myself right in front of me. After his fuss ended, Lee Ha-yeol became very troubled. Cha-yeon, still, How can we believe and follow someone we've never seen before? It's not my first time seeing him. Ego's Tick is a hero. That's not it. I'm not a hero. Anyway, no matter how much I think about it, I think Lee Ha-yeol's younger brother is a member of Mango Union. And this is a big chance. Lee Ha-yeol especially. She's so weak towards her younger brother. Look at her now. A while ago, her expression was strongly filled with resistance, asking how they can trust and follow me. But she became really troubled by her younger brother's words. What a dramatic change. This is my best chance when her brother is rebelling and she has to go with it. Follow me, kids. Shadow Walker or the cops will come and see these bodies in 5 minutes. Yes, Ha-yeol. Let's hurry up and follow Ego's Tick. She looked confused as I mentioned the police, and even her brother supported me next to her. Then eventually, she said in a slightly quivering voice, "If you do anything to us, I won't stay still." I answered as soon as she said so. What can I possibly do to you guys? I'm not going to do anything, so just follow me. Hold my hands. When I reached out my hand, her brother grabbed first. Her brother stepped forward first, and she had to grab me with a trembling hand. Good. So we teleported to my underground basement, all together. All right, now everything can go as planned. Phew. So I teleported to the underground basement in one go. Oh shit. I think I'm going to faint because I brought 2 people with me. While I stumbled holding onto my dizzy head, Lee Ha-yeol and her brother looked everywhere. What they're looking at is white walls, glowing with LEDs. I don't have much of an impression because I see those things every day, but I guess it's different for them. Of course, her brother. Was his name Lee Chaeyin? Chaeyin is looking back with sparkling eyes, and Lee Ha-yeol is looking around, taking precaution while hugging her younger brother. Once I grabbed my dizzy head, I said to them, "Oh, I feel like dying. Kids, stop looking around and follow me." Ugh. As I staggered forward, the kids followed me behind. She's still being cautious while coming with me, but I guess she decided to follow me first. While we were walking along the white hallway, Seo-eun and So-bin popped out. Do-in. Oh. Seo-eun was coming towards me as she suddenly saw the kids behind me. She paused a little. She seemed a little nervous when the siblings suddenly appeared behind me. Oh yeah, they're in trouble, so I brought them here. But put aside everything, we should let them take a shower first. Take them to the bathroom. Bring them some extra clothes. Seo-eun seems a little confused by my sudden words. But fortunately, So-bin, who was behind her, stepped up. I'll show you around. Kids, can you come with me? So-bin stepped forward with a friendly smile. Yes, So-bin looks the nicest among us. It turns out that she also looks the prettiest among us. So-bin gently asked them to follow her. The siblings timidly followed her. Well, it's obvious that the moment they came here, they had no choice but to listen to us. Still, Lee Ha-yeol looked more comfortable with So-bin than me. Well, from her point of view, I look like a crazy man wearing all black with a gun. And since So-bin is also a girl, but I guess the younger brother is not like that. The kid glances back at me as he goes. Why does he like me so much? Do elementary school students like me that much these days? Anyway, after taking care of the kids, I walked towards the fatigue recovery capsule. It was quite easy when I used my telekinesis, but the last teleportation was a little too much. Teleporting 3 people was a bit too much. Appa, that hat. You're finally wearing it. As I was staggering, Seo-eun came toward me from behind and talked as we walked together. Oh, yeah, this. I touched the black magician hat on my head. What do you think? Don't you think I have some vibe? I'm going to keep wearing this. Well, as long as you like it. What does that sign mean? Anyway, I managed to walk to the fatigue recovery capsule. I somehow started to feel better as the machine ran. As I was lying down and recovering, Seo-eun sat down in the chair next to me. So those siblings, what are you going to do with them? Them. The original plan was that we build up constantly, then recruited them. Things got a little complicated, but her brother really likes me, so I think it'll work out somehow. Really? That's amazing. Is he in your Mango Union or something? I guess so. Gosh, I didn't know what I've been building up to now would come back like this. I guess you're the president of elementary schoolers. That's possible. Right. Did you finish installing the teleportation device? I finished it the day before yesterday. Are you sure you want to move? Yeah, We've been stuck here for 3 months, and I've come to realize that this is not the place. People need to live under the sunlight. Sob, I like it here, though. Now that we have a teleportation device here, it's practically going to be close to the basement. Don't worry. Waiting with such a little flirtation, the door of this room opened after a while. Subin came in first. The siblings hesitated for a bit, and then came in. They seemed to have taken a shower and changed to clean clothes. Oh, they suddenly looked different after washing up. They looked very dirty, covered in dust a while ago. But after washing up and changing to new clothes, they became different. Particularly, Lee Hyul was also as beautiful as she was drawn in the original work. Do they also use the filters for villains' appearance in this world? Anyway, two of them came in. I winked, then told Seo-eun and Subin to leave. The two of them read my eyes and quietly left the room. In a large room, only me and the siblings were left. Kids, just get the chair over there to sit. As I still lied down for the fatigue recovery period, the two slowly sat down in their chairs. Well, where do I start? While I was thinking of what to say, Lee Hyul opened her mouth first. Why did you help us? She suddenly spoke up. I looked at her eyes, and they were full of distrust. As it was mentioned in the original comic, she seems to have no one but her younger brother. Looking at her for a moment, I spoke up. I used to have a younger brother around your age. She frowned at the sudden, unexpected story. I continued. I used to have a brother, but he was killed by the terrorists. This time, I was tracking down who stole my wallet, and I saw you. When I saw the terrorists attacking you, I thought of my brother who died in the same situation, so I jumped in. As I said so, I was holding my breath. By the way, it's all a lie. I don't have any brothers. However, in order to get rid of her guard, I have to make up a lie. Lee Hyul, Lee Cha-yun. I searched for your information while you were washing up. Lee Hyul, you killed the head of the orphanage and ran away, right? She surprised me in my words. Yeah, I know she would be like that. Well, I don't mean to reproach you. The head of the orphanage was also a pretty crazy woman. I don't know why she was so mean to you guys. I need to spill the bait here, pretending I don't know you have the best healing ability. If she knows I helped her because of that, she won't stay still with her personality. As I said so far, I set the tone again and looked at them. I can help you. With my ability, I can fabricate it like you guys ran away. You didn't kill the director of the orphanage. You guys just ran away when opportunity came up. I have enough ability to do that, and I can give you a place to live and money. Do you go to school? I'll send you to school, too. You guys just live while playing around. I'll back you up. I suddenly offered her my generosity. Already, her brother was already hurraying to his mango stick, but he's not the problem. Lee Hyul's idea is more important. As expected, she looks at me suspiciously at my sudden words. Why would you do that much for us? It's our first time seeing each other today. It doesn't make sense. She shoots back at me, still doubting. But different from her firm voice, her body was trembling slightly. Yeah, it's not easy for her to speak like that in front of me, while knowing that I can kill someone with just one flick. I smiled bitterly at him. I told you earlier, I thought of my brother when I saw you guys. Just think of it like you just won a lottery that you picked up from the street. She couldn't stop doubting even when I said so. But she went away once I told them to go to bed. Subin came to take the two of them to an empty room and spread out the sheets for them. Subin takes care of the kid better than I thought. She is good at cooking, cleaning, and taking good care of the kids. No matter how much I look at her, she's like a professional housewife. Anyway, as I managed to put them to sleep, it was already the next day. This is where you're going to live. The next day, the siblings followed me from the morning and widened their mouths. In the morning, we all had an awkward breakfast together, and I told them to follow me. We went up to the basement and got out of the ordinary house. This place was moved by the suspiciously high-tech teleportation device. It is a 3-story mansion that is as large as a palace, lying in a deep valley that no one can reach. I mean, this is a bit. With overwhelming majesty, Lee Hyul, who had been doubting me even just a while ago, widened her eyes as she looked at me. Of course, you're not going to live here by yourself. We're all going to live here, too. I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll give you 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, so just stay there. I smiled, and they still had their mouths open. Didn't I tell you? I have a lot of money. I'm showing off my fortune. Anyway, we went inside. I introduced the room to them. 2 rooms with 2 refrigerators and beds. It looks fully equipped because it is prepared in advance. As I pushed the kids who were looking stressed to go in, they also seemed to have adapted quickly as their nature. I told them that since I've taken care of everything, they can go to school starting next week. So the two of them were dumbfounded. We've only been together for a while, but we've gotten closer. Lee Hyul is definitely less nervous about me than before. Her younger brother and I got close quickly because I answered his questions. He really likes me. I didn't know he was really in Mango Union. As things keep going like this, I will be able to recruit Lee Hyul, right? She hasn't revealed her ability to me yet, but still. What if I fall and come to the situation where I'm on the verge of death? Won't she save me with her healing ability? Phew. Well, when the terrorists suddenly broke in, I thought it was ruined, but it seemed to go well now. Thank God. Gosh, I'm exhausted. But I think I forgot something. What is it? Title. Egostick is not dead, right? I mean, it really doesn't make sense. It's been almost 4 months. Where did he go? Come back, come back, come back, come back. Sad face comment. Equals. It's been 4 months since Egostick disappeared. I've been spending the coldest 4 months in the world. He hasn't been out for 120 days? It really doesn't make sense. Ha ha ha. Fuck, Egostick didn't go retired, right? Oh my god. Fudge, no way. But isn't it good if the villain retires? Why are you sad that a villain doesn't terrorize you? Checking. You're a Stardust, aren't you? You Stardust bastard. Asterisk. Haru, why do you keep tapping the cup? You look nervous these days. Oh, I'm sorry. Inside the cafe. Stardust. Shin Haru stopped touching the glass that she was tapping at without knowing. It's been almost 4 months since that Egostick got off the ground. Stardust were slowly getting nervous as she had been burning with a will to find out his secrets, tricks, and plans. No, this guy needs to be active so she can find out. Usually, it's already time for him to show up though. Even today, she was just spending a meaningless day waiting for him.